Nico Rosero, desde Galápagos buscando abrirse el score de esa manera. Ahí va Fabián Tazar. Vamos a ver Fabián con esa ola. ¿Qué hace Fabián? Vamos a ver qué tiene para nosotros Dave. De esa manera. Ataca la ola, va por uno más. Ahí va Manuel Cepeda, buscando abrirse el cuerpo. Atrás, Barroco, Sami, Morretino. A ver, buscando el floater de esta manera.
Bienvenidos a todos. Welcome everyone. Today, day 9 at the 2024 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and a day that it's going to be starting with 4 heats of the junior, which is the quarterfinals. But we will be assessing the conditions and taking it hit by hit to see if we're gonna continue today or call it for the day, because the soil did drop. This is something that we have been telling you throughout the whole week. That's why we had to run in the conditions we run. But yeah, good morning, Lucas.
Good morning, Bago. Good morning, everyone. Maybe a shorter day today, but anyway, we are running the junior quarterfinal for the junior man division. And it looks like the heat already started in the water, Bago. So let's jump to see these guys there starting these days. Looks like there are scores already coming out in full moon.
Beautiful moon. We have... Bueno, bienvenidos a todos, buenos días. El primer hit del día es cuartos de final de la categoría junior masculina. Tenemos a Unash Pascual desde España y a Ismael Nasir de Chile, aquí de la quinta región, de Algarrobo viene Ismael, un gran bodyboarder. Ya hay olas corridas, tenemos la primera de Unash, que es de 5.75, y la primera de Ismael, que es de 4.75. El día de hoy, para contarles en español, que hicimos la introducción en inglés, esta es la repetición, la primera de Unash, de Ismael.
First wave for Ismael. 4.75 with one roll in the first section. He managed to find another one, and that's the 5.75 from Unash Pascual. Just getting some speed, driving through that next section, connecting 1.360. Another one on top of that wave, and now just bottom turning for one more roll in the pocket. Very clean, nice execution by the Basque guy.
Yeah, that's right. Buena combinación de Unash, por eso tiene la diferencia el punto extra. Fueron 3 maniobras y la leyó muy bien. Bueno, comentábamos que vamos a hacer los cuartos de finales de Junior y lo vamos a ir tomando hit por hit, vamos a ir analizando y viendo si se puede continuar o no. Es lo que les hemos estado conversando a lo largo de todo el campeonato, que por eso estábamos llevando a cabo los días tan largos y en las condiciones que muchas personas decían que por qué estábamos haciendo un campeonato mundial así, lo cual es entendible, todos los entendemos y claramente no es exactamente lo que nosotros queremos, pero esto sabíamos que iba a pasar. No, el suelo cayó, bajó y teníamos que tratar de avanzar para tratar de dar un poquito de olas. Los riders mismos te lo dicen, ellos prefieren surfear con algo de olas y viento que sin olas y glass. No estamos sin olas 100%, llegamos bien temprano, estuvimos analizando las condiciones, la comisión técnica junto a los organizadores estuvieron analizando, tomando el tiempo, viendo qué posibilidades había para tomar olas dentro de un hit y se decidió que sí se podía surfear, sí se podía llevar a cabo un poco del campeonato, pero no se sabe si vamos a continuar.
Yeah, so just as Bagel was saying, the swell did drop quite a lot today, as you guys have seen. We have small conditions. The tide is also filling up with which with these small waves doesn't match too well. So what happened is that the technical staff decided to run, for now, just the quarterfinals for the junior men division, and that explains a bit of why we have been having such long days here. That's due to all these factors that the athletes representative, the technical staff as well of this event get together to find a decision on which divisions, when to go in the water, and the long days that we are having in these last few days. So just trying to get the most out of the conditions we are having here in La Cúpula. Today the swell dropped quite well. Tomorrow looks like we are going to have one more pulse in the swell, maybe a little bit bigger waves and a longer day as well. That's to be confirmed still. It's up to Mother Nature. But today we will start for now with these 4 amazing heats, man-to-man heats for the junior man division.
Lo que tienen en pantalla, un QR para que escaneen con su teléfono y se conecten con nosotros. Connect with us, scan that QR, and you find all the information there. And ninth day 9 of competition here. It's been a very, very cool event so far, just for me to see the riders getting the most of the conditions that Mother Nature offer, because there's so much we can do about it. It's been great, actually. Nash trying to get that second one, but yeah, I've been impressed. I mean, because you always hear that. You always hear that riders have to train in all kind of conditions, and they know that, but just to see that they can perform well, that they can, bring diversity, different maneuvers and execute them well with those poor conditions. So if you might say, it's been, I mean, for me, it's been inspirational, because sometimes you're too spoiled, you see the conditions and you say, I'm not going to go surfing at all. I mean, there's wind, forget it, and you do something else. But this is the love and the passion of our sport, and also I just love the words that Pierre said yesterday. He said he had trained all his life for conditions like that in a World Tour event. He knew at some point in life that was going to happen, because you can control Mother Nature. So
yeah, perfectly put, Bago. I think that's when the difference between a free surfer and a professional comes in, right? You're not just surfing for fun. Let's see this one by Unas Pascual. He already has a 575 in the first position. Tried to connect a second 360 there, but just not able to keep going on this wave. And it looks like it's Mael taking a look at this one. But yeah, that's when the difference between being just a free surfer, surfing for fun, for the joy of it, and being a professional. If you are a professional, you're going to be competing in many different types of events, many different dates and conditions. So you got to train for it.
Viene el score de respaldo de, bueno, una más en realidad para un Ash. Rolo con un giro. Y ahí van a caer esas notas. Y sí, estábamos conversando eso. Realmente es bastante gratificante y motivador ver, motivador. Esta es la última de un Ash. Tiene muy buena forma él, surfea muy bonito. También Ismael, va a ser muy bonito este intercambio seguro porque estos chicos realmente han venido demostrando mucho nivel a lo largo de esta categoría junior, que son el futuro de nuestro deporte y nos llena de ilusión. La última UNASH está primero, la última fue de 3.50. Bueno, queremos agradecer a todos quienes han hecho posible este evento, recordando que es presentado por Escondida BHP, por SQM, Yodo Nutrición Vegetal, y está producido por el Club Budeo. Nos auspicia también Colbún, R&R Mining y Antofagasta Minerals. Y nuestros colaboradores, muchas gracias a Independent Bodyboards, la marca de Bodyboard que estaba presente en este evento desde el Perú, que ayer estrenó su video, su película. Tenemos también la presencia de Café Trocadero, que está aquí en la playita, así que si se quieren venir a compartir con nosotros, tienen ahí para tomarse un café bien rico. Tenemos el Hotel Ibis Styles, que nos ha recibido a los staff técnicos de la IBC. Muchas gracias por todo. El Hotel NH, que ha recibido muy bien también a otra parte del staff. El grupo IG Carpas, la Fundación Mr. Barber, la Dirección de Desarrollo de Turismo de la Municipalidad de Antofagasta, el CMDR, de la Municipalidad de Antofagasta, la Seremía de Salud de Antofagasta, el MOB de Antofagasta, la Armada de Chile, la Federación Chilena de Bodyboard y, por supuesto, la International Bodyboarding Corporation, que es la IBC.
También tenemos nuestros media partners para este evento, el Mercurio de Antofagasta, CNC Medios, FM7, 100% puro surf de Surf Beats Radio, Antofa Despierta y Termómetro CL. Muchas gracias también a todas las personas trabajando en este evento, a estos atletas que ponen un show dentro del agua y a todos ustedes que también sintonizan aquí con nosotros en todos estos 9 días. Aún nos queda por lo menos uno más aquí. Unas Pascual, there he goes for a nice roll, well projected, but just a tough landing for the guy coming out of the Basque country after that roll. So yeah, just an attempt for Unas. He is in the first position, although Ismael only needs a 4.51 to get back to the lead. Just one guy advancing and securing his spot on the semifinal.
And on the podium.
That's it. One step on the podium already with this heat here. And anyway, if anyone that loses here will get a 5th place as well, which is not at all a bad result for the Antofagasta, especially taking into account this is the event that gives the biggest prize money on the tour.
Una más para Ismael Nasir, que solamente ha tomado una ola. Él siempre ha aplicado esa técnica de esperar muy inteligente y va por doble rolo, bien bonita la ejecución del último sobre todo. Ismael ha sido a lo largo del campeonato bien paciente, eso muestra muchísima madurez, no todos los riders a esta edad y a ninguna edad pueden tener esa madurez.
Nice combination there. It's going to be worth a few points for him for sure. One roll in the first section, as Begel was saying, a very patient and cold guy, as he's been showing. Another roll, very well projected, kind of nose diving there after the second maneuver, but managed to complete it and get a 5.5, jumping straight to the first position right now.
Sí, buen trabajo porque fíjense, esperó bastante, seleccionó esa ola y consiguió un 5.50 y la primera posición. Ahora viene algo más, un poquito de más tamaño para un Ash, pero no, a veces esas olas engañan, a veces esas no son las mejores. Hay que mirar un poco la trayectoria. Igual lo hubiese podido haber dado ahí una sección para un Ash, pero bueno, él sabe mejor qué hacer. Se queda arriba con la prioridad, tal vez puede aplicar un poco la estrategia de esperar y a ver si le llega una ola de más tamaño y puede hacer un puntaje más alto. Él ahora solo está buscando un 4.50 para volver a tomar la primera posición. Y vemos que Ismael se queda abajo para tratar incluso de marcar más notas y alejarse del otro rider con prioridad. Va a conseguir un rolo, pero no lo concreta. Sí, igual esas olas de ahí, de las medianas o de las chicas, no sé si otorguen más puntaje. Yo creo que ahora para que los jueces den más puntaje, pues tienen que buscar una ola que sea un poquito más larga y de repente tratar de ejecutar una maniobra un poquito más radical, pero obviamente me parece muy bien y muy cauteloso de parte de los dos riders de tener unas notas medianas que les da algo de tranquilidad, ¿no? Y después ya pueden ir como inventando un poquito más.
Yeah, so in this moment of the conditions right now, let's see if Ismail is going at this one. Pretty short wave, look like he's sitting back there in the second section of the wave trying to get another one under the priority. But I would say that the last call for Unas Pascual, the 5.5, was a good decision to go for the combination because taking into account the size of the waves right now and that we are basically halfway through that filling up tide, the waves becomes just very short. They become very sectiony, and you just gotta be on the right place at the right time when the set comes in. So going for a combination, I think, will really impress the judges here, since we are seeing very short waves, and having that good reading and wave selection to be able to execute more than one and build a better score. I believe it's going to be a good decision. Looks like Unas getting in position for this wave. A good-looking one, considerable size, and there he goes.
Sí, esta es una ola buena de Unas. Yo creo que le pagó bien haber esperado. Eso es un rolo bien ejecutado, bien aéreo. Y tal vez lo que los jueces querían ver, ¿no? Y también yo creo que los jueces se dan cuenta de eso, de la estrategia de esperar y de tratar de buscar una ola mejor. Eso yo creo que esta ola, que fíjense, de una maniobra, que es a veces lo que la gente se pregunta, mira,
Powerful maneuver.
Yeah.
I would say the most powerful of the heat so far. Air roll by Unas Pascual in a tough moment of the conditions, but he managed to get a lot of speed and execute a clean maneuver, just taking off in that wave. Fitting one more 360 right on the last section. 7.75. Awesome job by Unas Pascual.
Sí, Unash está haciendo un muy excelente trabajo. Él, de verdad que haber esperado, haberse quedado con la prioridad, no caer tal vez en el juego de veo al otro competidor abajo, voy a bajar, voy a tratar yo también de marcar algo más y esperar, ¿no? Que realmente es súper difícil. Miren, muy buena proyección, muy buena ejecución, aéreo, no sacó la tabla del centro de su cuerpo, que eso también es analizado, cayó perfectamente adelante de la ola, lo combinó ahí, así que muy bien. Hay olas, como podemos ver, se tiene que esperar nada más. Tal vez lo que no hay es mucha frecuencia, ¿no? Pero salen olas y como hay que recordar que son hits de hombre a hombre, entonces hay muchísimas más oportunidades. Y de hecho no hay límite de olas. Pueden tomar todas las olas que quieran los riders. Entonces es un formato favorecido también, que no en todos los eventos se puede hacer, porque solamente según la USE trata siempre de tener cuartos de finales de hombre a hombre, desde los cuartos de finales, pero no siempre se puede hacer porque siempre hay que recordar que está el factor tiempo, el factor de que todos los eventos tienen una fecha establecida y que no se puede mover esa fecha. No tenemos rango de trabajo que no sea dentro del periodo de espera del evento. Entonces, si el evento empezó el 14 y termina el 26, no podemos hacer mucho más. Es lo que lamentamos claramente como cualquier persona más fanática del bodyboard. Pero hoy sí se puede correr, hoy sí hay algunas olas. Miren cómo Unash consiguió un 7.75, mismo Nasir consiguió un 5.50. Los chicos han conseguido scores. Son 25 minutos para dos personas y sin límite de olas. Entonces, hay posibilidades.
For sure, Bego. And there you guys can see the next heat, the next quarterfinal between the Canarian Alexander Montes, the current leader of the ranking on the junior man division, and Michele Ariagada, the guy that just took the event in Iquique, also coming with the first position in that particular event. Two very technical guys, very strong riders as well, consistent ones, and this is going to be a very technical battle, I'm pretty sure, for these two, as we have clean conditions despite being small waves, They are very clean. They have a good formation there, and these guys are going to go for a nice battle to decide who's going to be facing the winner of this heat right now in the water on the first semifinal. We already have the other semifinals for the other divisions, and today we will also set up the semifinals for the junior men division. For now, Unas Pascual is coming in the first position. He's going to try to change that 5.75 right now, getting some speed, pedaling a bit more to get into that wave that just became very full and broke very down below in the reef, not offering a position opportunity actually for Unas Pascual. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Así es, y bueno, solo para contarles los hits que vienen, el hit número 2 es Alexander Montes de Gran Canaria contra Michele Arriagada del Quisco, la zona central de Chile, de aquí, de la costa central de Chile. Después el hit número 3 tenemos a Michael Janssen, peruano, campeón que defiende su título este año, campeón 2023 mundial. Y la revelación de esta categoría que ha sido Steven Godoy, que acaba de cumplir 15 años hace 2 días, si no me equivoco. Ahí está Michele preparándose. Steven, que viene de la 4ª región de los Vilos. Y una ola más aquí para Unas Pascual, a ver si logra conseguir algo. Yo creo que en su cabeza está tal vez hacer un RS o un backflip. Ahí está. Lo sabía porque es normal, ¿no? Como que quieres hacer unas maniobras seguras, pero no te quieres ir del hit sin hacer una maniobra más explosiva, ¿no? Como más radical. Es parte de la mentalidad bodyboard.
Seguramente, Bego, especialmente después de lograr los scores que ya encontró en esta manga, 7.75, 5.75. Ahora sí tiene que empezar a enseñar un repertorio diferente de maniobra, muy técnico, limpia la completar de esta maniobra. Logró 6.25 y mejoró su sumatorio.
Este vasco que ha dado bastante de qué hablar, tiene buenos resultados, quedó segundo en Sintra en el 2023, dice primero en el 2022 y 2023 de Guipúzcoa, y fue segundo en el circuito vasco 2022, circuito junior, primero en la primera prueba el circuito vasco del 2023 en Open y segundo en Junior y primero en el campeonato gallego del 2022 sub-14, así que dice quiero ser campeón del mundo junior y luego seguir en la competencia de Open Men. Bien, bueno, muy bien, Unas, estás por buen camino.
Empezó bien en España, ¿no? Empezó bien en su casa y ahora llegando aquí al Tour Mundial también. Seguramente va a ser el próximo nivel para Unas.
Sí, bueno, y lo que ven en pantalla, eso es el ranking, que recuerden, este ranking es el resultado de este año, son los rankings 2024, y esas son las posiciones que tenemos hasta este evento. Después de este evento, pues algún cambio habrá, dependiendo de cómo queden esos riders, pero sí, Alexander Montes, que es quien viene en el hit que sigue, está en primera posición en el ranking, ahí peleándose el título mundial. Vamos a ver esta ola para Ismael Nasir. Ismael busca un bonito rolo, lo logra concretar, pero desafortunadamente se le desarmaba la ola y no podía llegar a la otra sección en donde tal vez hubiese podido haber conseguido otra maniobra. Estoy segura que él también quiere hacer algún backflip.
There goes Ismael Nasir. He's needing a big score. Goes for one roll in that first section, completing this wave, just landing on the shock wave, but managed to complete. I don't believe that's going to be a 8.5 that he needs right now to change the situation, since Unas Pascual just increased his backup score, getting a 6.25 in the last wave and just turning Ismael life much harder right now. So 5.9 for the Chilean. Improved his situation, but he still needs a huge score back of 8.10.
Sí, el chileno está buscando 8.10 para poder ser primero ahora y sin prioridad, que es un poquito más complicado. Pero mira, ahí viene saliendo una ola buena, no sé si Unas, parece que Unas se la va a dejar, pero no, están un poco fuera de donde deberías bajar esa ola, ¿no? Como de posición. Pero mira, se cerró, así que no se perdió nada. 1 minuto con 10, Ismael Nasir, el chileno, hermano del Lito. Un abrazo al Lito si anda por ahí sintonizando. Buen bodyboarder de Algarrobo. Muy buen bodyboarder. Bueno para todo, para los tubos, para las maniobras. Tienes ahí y bueno, Algarrobo siempre ha producido muy buenos atletas. Yo siempre lo hablo porque de la quinta región han salido grandes nombres y continúan saliendo. Y ahora hay muchos juniors muy buenos de la quinta. Y bueno, Steven, que es de la cuarta, que ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar también. Así que diría yo que la zona centro está haciendo muy buen trabajo con el junior. Así que un abrazo y una felicitación a todos los clubes de la zona central de Chile por entender la importancia, y también, bueno, a la Federación Chilena de Bodyboard de Chile, o sea, perdón, eso fue una redundancia, la Federación Chilena de Bodyboard, que están entendiendo la importancia de sembrar, ¿no? De trabajar el bodyboard desde el junior, desde el futuro. Muy, muy importante, porque con eso es que vamos construyendo. Se acaba el hit. Y la situación continúa igual y quedó como lo vieron en pantalla. En primera posición el vasco, Unash Pascual, es nuestro primer semifinalista, es nuestro primer rider con podium, pero una gran felicitación a Ismael Nasir por su performance. No se muevan, que vamos a continuar después de estos cortes comerciales.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day 9 of competition here in the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival. Today we are starting with the quarterfinals for the junior men division. We just had Unas Pascual getting the first position over Ismael Nazir, and now we will jump to the second heat. So let's jump in the water. And good morning, Joey.
Good morning, Lucas. How's it going?
It's going good, and what about you?
It's going very, very good. Here in this heat, we have Alexander Montes in red from Spain, from the Canary Islands, actually, and Michele Arriagada in yellow from Chile. And this is going to be a really good heat. Michele coming from a first place in Iquique.
Yeah, and Alexander Montes is the first one also on the ranking for the whole division. So, yeah, that's going to be a battle between two champions. Alexander already got a 4-point ride with this first wave. Dry hair there by Alexander, just going for one roll, completing this kind of in the middle of that white section, but managed to just duck dive after this one, granting that 4-point ride.
Yeah, getting things started here this morning at La Cupola. Nice little offshore day. And yeah, the call to run it, I think, was a good one, because you can see the last heat, the boys actually managed to find some pretty good scores, some ramps, and there were some sets there that was offering those bowls, not just going fat. So yeah, it's good to be able to get through a few more heats here, get through the quarterfinals of the juniors at least.
That's it. We saw a good wave there by, actually many good waves, but one very special one by this guy getting a 7.75 with an air roll. So yeah, big congratulations to Unash with his father there, just representing the Basque country. Actually the only guy in this event representing the Basque country. So we're going to get that interview really soon with Unash, so he can let out some of what happened in that last heat. But so far here, Michele Arriagada managed to get a 1.25 as well. just a small score to start with, and now he's back in the outside to wait for another one holding the priority.
Yeah, really, really good to see. And Alexander Montes coming out of Gran Canaria, been training and surfing there with some really cool waves he's been getting on his free surfing on his Instagram and stuff. It looks like those boys over there are always scoring some amazing reef breaks on that volcanic island.
The new generation in Canary Island is so strong. We could see some of that in the Fronton King last year. Just so many youngsters ripping every section there. And Alexander coming out of El Confital, it's very, very familiar with the reef breaks as well. And he has been doing good heats here in La Cúpula, just trying to sneak another wave. Looks like he's trying to get a backup score under the priority. And now we see finally Michele just pedaling a little bit to the right for a better position. And also the fisherman's just going out to work in this morning.
Yeah, what a day those guys look like. They are all set up to get busy today, hopefully catch some fish. Just cruising past the line up there. They're probably looking in thinking, oh, there's a competition going on. Maybe it looks like they're even stopping there. They're going to park up and watch the show unfold from the VIP seats.
Yeah, that would be good, just seeing from another perspective. Maybe they're just anchoring there. But yeah, we have that interview with Unash Pascual and Bego down at the beach. So over to you, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Unash, what a great job considering that the waves are not too big or anything, but there's some waves, right?
Sí, hay algunas olas, está bastante lento, está pequeño, pero a mí me ha cuadrado la buena, la grande y ese rollo con el 7.75 y muy a gusto.
Well, he said actually there's some waves. I mean, there's enough to, for him to get a 7.75. So, yeah, he's very happy and he found those waves, so he's feeling good. En la semifinal ya, en el podium ya, ¿cómo se siente? Porque ya tuviste un buen resultado en Sintra, entonces, ¿esto es lo que tú visualizaste cuando te viniste para acá?
Sí, yo tenía pensado llegar al podium, ese era mi objetivo. Y ahora en la semifinal contra uno de estos riders que son los dos muy fuertes y muy a gusto y a ganarlo.
Oh yes, he says definitely he put this in his mind when he traveled here. He said, I need to make it to the podium. Of course, he wants to take the win, so he's focused on that and respects a lot. All the riders are still competing. ¿A quién te gustaría ver en la próxima semifinal? ¿A Alexander o a Michele?
Con Michele ya he competido 2 veces y Alexander he competido más veces con él y en ninguna he podido ganarle, así que los dos me gustaría competir con ellos, son los dos muy fuertes. Y quien tenga que venir, que venga.
Pues bueno, ¿quieres mandar algún saludito o algún agradecimiento a alguien?
Sí, agradecer a todos mis sponsors, a la familia, amigos y a mi entrenador John López, que me está ayudando desde allí. Y gracias a todos.
Bueno, felicitaciones y la mejor de las suertes para el resto de competencias. De regreso con usted.
Gracias, Bego y Esquerre Casco Unash. And big shout out there to John Lopez, legend bodyboarder from the País Vasco. So,
Legend.
Ongi Etorri a todos los vascos que están apoyando Unash, está representando tu parte del mundo muy muy bien aquí en La Cúpula en Antofagasta.
Trabajo increíble que hace John Lopez entrenando a varios, no solo unos, pero Unash, pero varios chicos en las divisiones de base. Entonces, un abrazón, John, y que siga el buen trabajo. Pero volviendo a esta manga ahora, tenemos Alexander Montes que en verdad mejoró un poco su situación. Con esta olita, un 3.25 para Alexander. Un rolo en la primera sesión y no encontró nada más. Pero es un backup, ya que ahora parece que es una manga un poco más lenta, más despacia do que la última, donde venimos Unash, por ejemplo, corriendo una ola muy buena de 7.75 que no está apareciendo toda hora. Entonces, buen trabajo por parte del Canario en lograr distanciarse un poco más de Michele, que ahora necesita 6 puntos para volver a la lideranza.
Sí, no ha encontrado nada aún Michele Arriagada. Está buscando con mucha paciencia ahí algo mejor, algo más grande, porque seguro que él las vio las buenas olas de la manga anterior que hizo Unash y está esperando algo así. Tiene mucha confianza en su habilidad Michele, entonces sabe que cuando viene esta ola va a ser algo y va a ser algo lo más grande que es posible en un día hoy. Y sí, parece que los pescadores van a sentarse ahí y disfrutar el show que tenemos.
Entretenido, ¿no? Para ellos estar ali delante de la competencia también. Sabemos que hay siempre mucho pescado aquí adelante. Vemos siempre grupos de pez y a veces algunas foquitas también. Entonces están ali apenas decorando también nuestro plan de fondo en este empiezo de día, en este comienzo de día, donde vamos a tener por ahora apenas los cuartos de finales de la división Junior Men. Por las pequeñas olas que tenemos hoy, fue decidido por la comisión técnica de este evento a empezar con las 4 mangas de esta división y después ya traemos más novedades para ustedes si vamos a seguir o no con otras divisiones.
Looks like Michele having a little look at this one here, just paddling over to the south side of the reef, and there he goes, he's on. Take off spin, can he get that momentum into it? Yes, he can. And a roll. There we have a nice little combination for him, opening up his campaign. That'll be his first completed wave and his first decent score there to chase back Alex Montes from the Canary Islands. He's been getting some little scores there, but pulling away ahead of Michele. So Michele not letting him get too far.
So just starting with one spin on the upper side of the wave, paddling a little bit more to get some speed and go over that roll section when it closed out for Michele. He is actually the vice champion in Chile in the last year, and he actually managed to get a 3rd place last year in the Iquique event that wasn't valid for the World Tour. But in this year, when the event finally came back on tour a few weeks ago, Michele managed to get a 1st place there as well. So just collecting many good results, both in the Nationals and now in the World Tour as well. Just popping up with a good position in the ranking for sure, also after this result in the ABF.
Yeah, really good performances for him, being a super consistent bodyboarder as well. In the free surfs we've been seeing in Chile, he's been having a go, holding his own in some pretty hectic conditions, and getting some really, really good waves in some of those free surf sessions, which is quite difficult to do so when there's 200 of the best bodyboarders in the world all in one place, all trying to get the same waves. And so, props to him for doing that and holding his own against some of the best riders in those sessions.
Yeah, I believe that too, Joey. Surfing in Iquique when the competition is being held there, it's not an easy task at all. So many people, trying to get their waves. Everybody getting anxious there, and a lot of people to share those waves. We are seeing right now Alexander Montes just getting in position. He's got the priority. Looks like Michele is going to sneak that right-hander, but the left-hander is looking a little bit bigger. He's driving through that section, going for one roll in the first one, connecting a reverse spin, and combining his way to try and change that 4-point ride that is his current backup score. Let's see after Michele's wave as well if the situation in this heat is going to change, Joey.
Yeah, nice little split peak there. Both riders keeping busy. It doesn't look like Michele went too far. We'll catch that right-hander, but he's already out the back. But running through this left here, look at this, just waiting for this coming up. Nice clean roll out onto the face of the wave, continuing with the same speed, and then just whacking a reverse spin in there, keeping himself in the pocket. And those reverses are kind of the easiest move to do when you're coming out to like a flat face. Really just goes with the momentum. Here's this right though. Another little spin to roll. No completion on the roll there. So Alex getting the best of that exchange.
Yeah, Michele actually just, trying to rush 2 maneuvers into that wave. But the wave itself wasn't the best one. Didn't provide such a good section for him to get what he needed. He actually needs a very small score. Michele needs only 175. And now another attempt going to the left. Nice drive, drawing a line there. Trying to enjoy that first section with the roll. Not as projected as his last one. And unfortunately missing this 360. Just basically losing the balance there as he managed to complete. But he's going to increase his situation. He needs a very small score right now. Only 175 to go to the lead. But check this out, Alexander managed to get a 6.5. So just improving his situation. Michele's scores are coming out as well. Second last for Michele was a 3-point ride. That was that right-hander. And we are still waiting for the scores of this last combination by the Chilean.
Yeah, he was keeping busy, but so is Alex, and really well done for him getting that clean roll to reverse spin. Michele's last wave coming through now is a 4.5, but he's looking for a 5.01 if he wants to take that spot back from Alexander Montes. And so, yeah, he did super well getting onto that and keeping busy. Let's see if he can find something to back up that 4, where Michele will be looking for something a bit better than that. Probably wait for another set.
Yeah, I mean, we are seeing a slower heat than the first one, but it's being a very tight situation for these two. Actually, if you guys check Michele's total score and Alexander as well, just half point in difference. So very possible that Michele could get that 5.01, as the two guys actually already achieved better scores than that. So glassy morning here in Antofagasta, guys. This is the 9th day of competition. So much went on already, and big thanks to everyone joining us in these last days and watching live as well. We had pretty long days, but a lot of action, especially in the last 3 ones. I mean, the conditions were just amazing. Well, let's see, split pick between these two. Alexander taking a look at the right but going left, driving with a lot of speed as he goes for a very clean, well projected roll, and unfortunately just bogging the rail in that last part of the wave.
Yeah, a bit of a paddle crossover there. You saw Michele having a look, but Alex wasn't that priority. And Michele tried to do a little dart paddle to go for the right. And, yeah, you could see taking off. Alex was checking the right out as well, like, oh, maybe I should block him there. But I think it was a good decision for him in the end going to this left, because look at this roll he ended up finding here. Nice extended arms, just showing the judges the whole board, the whole slick, landing cleanly. And then, yeah, going to go for a little forward spin in the wash there, but kind of didn't manage to do that. Bogged a little bit of rail. Coming through as a 6.0, so Michele is now looking for a 7 if he wants to take that lead again.
Yeah, Alexander just slowly improving his situation, being very precise, getting a 4, a 3.25, which was his worst score in this heat so far, 6.5, and now last wave a 6-point ride as well. So good job by the young Canarian, just getting the most out of these tough conditions here, despite clean ones, right? Competing in small waves, these guys are used to this. These guys are in the water every day, people. So the pro juniors are those guys that have the most energy. They spend the biggest amount of hours in the water in the free surf sessions. They are always so stoked, such driven guys. And showing how it's done here in these types of conditions, slowly improving his scores over the Chilean as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Just classic juniors all over the world, always just with endless energy. These guys, we were hanging out with some the other day, some of the Chilean juniors, and they get out of like a 4-hour session in the morning. It's windy, it's onshore, and they're just straight back in diving for octopus for a few hours. Underwater, diving, using their energy, and then come out and the wind goes clean again. They just get straight back on their boards and surf for the rest of the day. And yeah, we've all been there living those days and endless energy, and yeah, these boys definitely have that. Up and riding though in red, going for a flip, not managing to get that around, really weak section there. Alex Montes trying to better this 6.0, and he's got himself into a very, very comfortable position.
Yeah, Joey, he knows also that to increase, to go beyond this point right now, beyond that 6-point ride, he either has to find a set wave, a big wave that just launches him, just like in the last heat we saw Unas Pascual doing, getting 7.75 with a roll. That's pretty possible. But in that wave, an intermediary one with not as much size, he will definitely have to change the range of maneuvers, show some range, go for the backflip or more difficult maneuvers, a combination maybe. And that's what we saw Alexander do. So that's it. Let's see what the Michele will come back with to get that 7-point ride.
And look at that, the sun just starting to come over the top of the mountains there. What a view that is as the drone kind of pans around toward the city. see all those apartment buildings there? People were telling me that they've just shot up in the last few years, like just insanely quickly. And it looks like even further down to the south there's a few cranes. You can't really see it, but they're building more and more. And then now we're starting to get a beautiful view of the top of the mountains, and those desert hills just go on and on and on forever, all the way over to the Andes, the mountain range that just runs up the spine of South America.
Such a nice view from the plane coming to Chile. I mean, it's a special one. Always seeing mountains all the way to the horizon, and this beautiful contrast here between the mountains, the huge mountains actually, with desert, and the turquoise waters of Antofagasta. Beautiful beach as well here in Playa Jacolén. That's it, guys. Bueno, gente, Alexander Montes con 5 minutos y 40 restantes en esta manga. Alexander viene con dominio en esta manga, logró buenas olas, muy preciso, un 4 para empezar, después un 3.25 donde buscó su backup, y ahí sí encontró 2 olas mejores de 6.5 y 6 para poner Michele en esta situación, necesitando de 7 puntos. Ahora sí parece que viene Michele, pero muy atrasado, y deja la ola para Alexander Montes, que viene con velocidad, atira un buen rolo, limpia maniobra en una ola del set. O sea, creo que es posible para Alexander mejorar esse seu score de 6 pontos, correndo uma ola sem prioridade, já que Michele não estava muito bem posicionado para esta.
Yeah, under priority, and probably the best wave we've seen this heat. That should have been Michele's wave. That's what he was needing. He was looking for that 7.0, and now look, 7.5 being given to Alex Montes, putting him way further in the lead. Michele now looking for an 8.5, and he'll be kicking himself that he wasn't sitting in position for that, because look at this small wave's not going to give him that section. Let's see what he can do though.
There goes Michele. Good opportunity for him, just losing one beforehand. Goes for the backflip. He knows there's not much time left in the clock, just a bit more than 4 minutes. He needs a big score right now, guys, because Alexander just managed to get that good last wave, 7.5, and now he needs an 8.5. So that's the last wave there. Alexander managed to get under the priority. Quite some air time for the Canarian. Just a clean landing as well as he claims this one. He knows it was going to increase that situation, and that's what happened to the Canarian.
And yeah, just running through this replay here, goes for the flip, kind of gets pretty stuck in that lip and turns it around, not the cleanest landing. And the judges really want to see clean, projected flips off the wave where you're not touching anything and landing out flat on your board with your legs up. They love to see that. And so, unfortunately for Michele, this score won't be coming in nearly as close to what he wants it to. He's looking for that 850, but it'll probably be, yeah, well, we'll see in a second. Yeah, there it is, 4-5, not managing to better his scores. Keeping busy there as well. He's getting a bit desperate now.
Yeah, Joey, now the situation completely turned against Michele. Both the time and the priority are favoring Alexander right now. And, you know, taking into account that whoever wins this heat already grants a spot in the podium, I'm pretty sure that Alexander will do everything and use that priority against Michele Arriagada. Next heat, the defending world champion for this division, Michael Jansi, will be facing this guy, Steven Godoy, that just turned 15, I believe 3 days ago, actually, and has been showing himself as a revelation since the event in Iquique. Steven comes out of the 4th region of Chile, and it's such a technical guy, you know, very explosive, consistent one as well, managing to get good results all over this event, getting now to the quarterfinals against the current world champion.
Yeah, he's been serving really impressively, and definitely he's going to put his name on the map since this South American leg of the Pro Junior Division, Steven Godoy. And so it's going to be really cool to see what he does out here today at La Cúpula against Pirpo, because that is no easy opponent. Pirpo is one of the most explosive riders, not only being the current reigning junior world champion and surfing incredibly, but also putting up many fights in the men's division and knocking out many of the pro men. So Pirpo is, yeah, he's going to be an incredible bodyboarder. And there he is getting ready. getting in the zone to get out there and take on the local man.
Super strong guy. Just a pedal battle there between these two, but it was Alexander with the priority. Just going for a backflip here. Quite a tough completion, but he liked this one. He's just improving his situation wave after wave, just managing to completely execute his strategy, and dominate this heat over Michele, which is undoubtedly a very good rider as well. He's just not finding the current, the best waves and the best sections in this heat, letting Alexander getting quite far away from him and put him in this situation in need of a 8.5 right now with less than 1 minute for this heat. So situation's drawing a pretty hard one for Michele.
Michele, though, having a look at this right. Let's see what he can do. Section just closing down on him there, not allowing him that projection that he was wanting. And yeah, Alex has just surfed this so well. That was his 8th wave that he just caught. And he has only had one wave that was 1 point, meaning like a non-completed maneuver or just checking the wave. Only one out of all the waves. He's just got heaps of scores, everything completed. And so, yeah, it's good to see his consistency being rewarded. 15 seconds on the clock. I think it's pretty safe to say that Alex Montes will be going to the first semi-final against Unas Pascal. The two Spanish boys are facing off against each other. Let's see what Michele can do here.
Last opportunity for Michele. He's got to go big. Goes for a backflip there. Not the cleanest maneuver and most projected one, but congratulations as well for the Chilean, for doing so well in the competition, finishing here in the 5th position. And also Alexander Montes just getting his spot on the podium, advancing to the semifinals. So that's it. First semifinal, Unas Pascual and Alexander Montes. We have it, guys. We're going to call a quick commercial break to come back with Michael Janse and Steven Godoy.
Hey guys, welcome to the 9th day of competition here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we're just about to jump into the water with the 3rd quarterfinals of the junior men, and I'm being joined by Bego. How are you?
I'm good. I mean, I want to see this heat a lot. Look at that. We have a
Hot air balloon.
Oh, I was thinking how do you call that?
How do you say it in Spanish?
Globo volador o algo así, no sé. Michael Janse de Perú con Steven Godoy de Chile, así que va a estar de locos esta serie seguro porque realmente Steven ha dado muchísimo de qué hablar, 15 años, y Michael Janse que ya tiene 17, pero desde que tenía esa edad está dando muchísimo de qué hablar y definitivamente va a ser una gran batalla. Ustedes en casa, este día puede que sea un día corto, no lo han terminado de definir, nos lo van a ir diciendo, pero probablemente solamente hagamos estos cuartos de finales de la categoría junior y así entonces todas las categorías quedarían en semifinales. Hay una situación con el suel, bueno, que es peligroso quedarse sin olas, entonces hay que tratar de avanzar un poquito, por eso es que estamos avanzando. Pero bueno, la noticia buena es que son hits de 25 minutos y que no hay límites de ola y que además son solamente 2 riders, o sea, 2 competidores en el agua, entonces hay bastantes posibilidades.
Sí, claro. Y en la mañana no parecía tan bueno, pero ahora que los riders están en el agua, hay rampas, hay muchas secciones y sí, es posible competir hoy. Entonces, sí, muy buena decisión y muy necesario la decisión para correr todos, bueno, no todo, pero el campeonato hoy, al menos unas rondas de los 4 de finales de los hombres junior. That's where we're just saying that, yeah, it didn't actually look very amazing, but once these guys got in the water, we have been shown that it is very competitive. That is not a word. Contestable. That is the
Why?
word.
This is your language.
Thanks, Bago.
No, sometimes I make up words and end up being good. So.
Sometimes it works. Contestable, that is the word I was looking for. And yeah, we've been seeing nearly 14-point totals the whole time. But here we go. Stephen Godoy taking off, scooping around, not getting to that lip in time.
I just love the way he knows how to read the wave. It's impressive that, you know, he's super young and super talented, and he shows a lot of control. So, Steven Godoy, de la 4ª región de Los Vilos, representando el Club Deporte Mar Deportiza Nación. Y bueno, mientras esperamos algunas olas, vamos a escuchar del ganador del hit anterior y líder del ranking mundial, Alexander Montes, con Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Alex. Alex, very good heat for you. A tough opponent as well, the winner of the last event. But you just managed to go basically perfectly in that heat, getting good waves, improving your situation. Tell us a little bit about your perspective.
Sí, tuve la manga men-to-men contra Michele, que es un competidor muy bueno. Tuve la misma manga en Iquique y me ganó. Y esta vez me tocó a mí pasar a la semifinal. Y nada, sabía que la manga iba a estar muy ajustada. La verdad no competí como quise porque me hubiera gustado encontrar algunas redes al principio, pero las olas están muy complicadas y tuve que asegurar un poco, sacar puntos de rolos en sesiones críticas y nada, la verdad que contentísimo de estar en otro podio este año y súper motivado para ir a la final.
He's super happy to win this time against Michele Aragada. He repeated this heat from the Iquique event where he couldn't win Michele. So he's super stoked. He actually said that he didn't begin the heat as he wanted. He wanted to begin with an ARS to get a good score right on, but he had to work those rolls all the way to the end of that heat and came out on top. Alex, you are in first position right now in the ranking, now getting a 2nd podium, just getting in more points, you know, and better possibility of a title. How do you feel about that?
Súper contento, ya que en Iquique me quedé en las puertas del podio y ahora estoy en otro podio en Antofagasta. Ya tuve un segundo puesto en Marruecos y mi objetivo obviamente llegar a la final y ganarla, pero sé que va a estar complicado, así que de todos modos contento, va a ser lo que pase.
Yeah, he's saying that he's been getting those podiums this year finally, and he's super happy with whatever happens. Just gonna be on a next tough heat as well against Unas Pascual, and just want to do his best and get one more good position for points in this year. Manda un mensaje para todos de Canarias.
Sí, agradecer a la gente que me ve en directo todos los días, me manda mensajes a mis patrocinadores, Medusa, Mototite, Plas, Gilen, y esta manga se la dedico al team Entreno en la Sombra, al Burbu y al Miki.
Felicitaciones, Alex. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lucas. And yeah, congratulations there, Alexander Montes.
El Burbu, te dedicaron una manga. Un abrazo, querido. Gran colaborador y constructor y de todo allá en el Frontón King y a todas las personas de Gran Canaria. Un abrazo gigante para todos ustedes. Pero bueno, ahora es todo acerca del peruano maravilla y el chileno maravilla, se puede decir, Michael Yance, que es no solamente el campeón mundial que está defendiendo su título este año, sino el campeón de este evento del año pasado en esta categoría. Así que está fuerte ahí defendiendo su título, sus títulos. Y Steven Godoy, que está comenzando su carrera en el Tour Mundial de una gran forma. surfeando muy bien en los dos eventos que hemos tenido de Junior acá en Chile. Aquí viene Steven, que hasta ahora no ha logrado conseguir un score de valor, solo pequeñas notas. Mira, tiene una muy buena lectura y va directo para la carne, como se dice, y va directo para la maniobra fuerte, pero no la logra concretar. Tal vez un rolo hubiese sido suficiente ahí. Un poco juega aquí un papel, les voy a decir esa idea, pero vamos a ver esta de Pirpo. No, la de atrás tal vez la tome.
Sí, un poco pequeña esta ola ahí adentro, pero mira, viene una series ahora y quizás vamos a ver un poco de acción de Pirpo. Vamos a ver if this set can turn into anything. Bit of a set wave was coming there, but yeah, really difficult to read. But here's a replay from what happened during the interview. Just a little roll there, and then he saw Esteban paddling back out and just ducked out to make sure he'll get that priority back. And then here was this really nice line into this and just getting a bit caught under that lip, unable to turn it around. Difficult section, you can see there, just fading out, not as much power. And he was a bit frustrated as well, Stephen, kind of hitting the water. He knows he can get those ARSs all the time, and so always a bit frustrating when you try one that you're so confident with and just don't manage to spin it around.
Yeah, no, that happens. But you know what? I was going to say that it's important for them to understand that first they need to secure the place, and try to go for a safe maneuver. And after that, they can just start, because sometimes it's really good. They actually nail the critical maneuvers, but it's a tricky one. Estamos conversando, vamos a ver esta ola de Pirpo, comienza rápido con un giro 360, a veces hacer eso es bien funcional, te deja conectarte con una sección que tiene más proyección como esa, y esta va a ser la nota yo creo más alta, porque Pirpo tiene el 375, me parece que va a recibir más nota por eso, y ahora sí va a estar un poquito más cómodo en la primera posición. ¿Viene algo ahí para Steven?
Steven paddling toward this one. See if it has anything. Nah, just going over that, but some great competition surfing there from Michael Yancey. He just knows what needs to be done, and he's so experienced for his age. Like, it's really, really impressive to watch, just getting these two scores and surfing them really well. Right now, Stephen Godoy, though, will focus on this one, kind of drifting back on his board a little bit. Then you see him moving his body up the board, and no, that section looked pretty cool, like a nice barrel over that rock and just digging his nose there. Maybe it just sucked up a bit too quick. He wasn't expecting it.
He's looking at his hand. But did you see that Diego was standing up there? I don't know if it's Diego or Rodrigo. Tenemos un camarógrafo de agua y un fotógrafo de agua. Rodrigo hace los videos y Diego hace las fotos, pero sí, miren, no hay casi agua ahí, entonces por eso Steven se salió de esa parte. Está aquí Pirpo, esta es la ola de 5.
Really nice spin takeoff there. Kind of bit of bog on that rail, but you see Pirpo as well really shifting his weight on the board, going back there to stall and then waiting for that roll and just yanking it around, getting it out nice and projected off the lip. At least his board was, which is definitely what the judges want to see. And yeah, as I was saying, really good competitor, gets these two scores, and now will be building on that and has a very, very consistent backflip as well. So if he manages to get a flip on one of these waves, we may be seeing it coming up right here. It'll really help his situation. Not really there, that lip kind of just closing down for him, going fat. But yeah, I hope Stephen Godoy is all right, because he was checking out his hand. Maybe he did hit that reef. Even though we're coming into the high tide in an hour or two, and there's a lot more water on the reef, it is a big tide today, it still can be so shallow on those inside sections, and just depends on how the wave bends in. And yeah, there's some shallow sections. We've seen Pierre hit himself, cut his hand open the other day as well. And yeah, so very, very shallow for anyone who's going all the way into that section.
Sí, es lo que estabas diciendo yo, y es verdad, y que la última sección es un poquito arriesgada, pero bueno, es lo que tocó. Créannos que los días que vienen no se ven tan buenos. Tal vez mañana haya un poquito de más olas en la mañana, pero tampoco alcanza el tiempo, porque igual viene bajando el domingo, está prácticamente flat. esa es la situación. Ustedes pueden revisar sin problema, revisen en su casa el suel para Antofagasta. La ola se llama la cúpula, lo pueden ver en todos los reportes que normalmente utilizan y ahí se puedan dar cuenta de que de verdad no vienen olas, ¿sabes? Entonces, y además con la cantidad de hits que nos quedan y coronando al campeón mundial Dropknee, pues cuando tú coronas un campeón mundial en un evento, esa específica categoría tiene un poquito de preferencia sobre todas las demás, y sobre todo el Dropknee, que es la única vez que van a correr este año, porque así lo decidieron ellos, eso se votó, y decidieron hacerlo de esa manera. Incluso eso es la situación que estamos viviendo, pero bueno, los chicos en realidad están haciendo un buen trabajo, están haciendo un show. Yo creo que nos van a dar ahora la comunicación oficial de cuándo vamos o sea, si es que vamos a seguir hoy o no, pero puede haber una tendencia a que dejemos para mañana todas las semifinales y las finales. Ahí les vamos a ir comentando. Nosotros aquí no vemos la parte técnica, estamos con mucho cariño y respeto tratando de darles a ustedes los comentarios nada más de lo que va pasando en el en vivo. Vamos a ver ahí Steven Godoy, inteligente, utilizando su prioridad, va a buscar algo, por fin entonces concreta su primera maniobra de valor y entra en ese tubo y sale. Wow, esa ola fue buena para Steven.
Wow, Bago, that is what he's been waiting for. No scoring waves under his belt yet, just a bunch of ones and a powerful roll to a barrel. Pierpo was looking at it. Pierpo knew what that wave was going to do as well, but good surfing there, good use of priority. Look at this, scooping around that first section, then good critical section, gets the roll, lands it, stomps it down nicely, straight on that inside rail, and then just hops over this little wedge here in the barrel and comes out. Look at him just at the bottom of the screen there, coming out pretty cleanly with a bit of speed. And a nice humble claim here. He knows what he's done. He knows it's good. There he is, happy man, Steven Godoy. And we're seeing some nice scores coming through for the Chileno representing here in Antofagasta. Not many Chilenos left in the draw. We'll be seeing Cristobal Tovar next heat as well, but Steven Godoy, look at this, Bago.
8.75 para Steven, y mira ahí parte de los chicos representantes de la quinta. Sí, hay varios ahí. Está Tomás, está Ismael Nasir también, y muy buena ola. La leyó súper bien Steven. 8.75, que es nuestra mayor nota hasta ahora. Muy bien, miren, con solo 15 años recién cumpliditos.
Wow, again, we just see him stomping that roll down. It's such a complete wave here. And it was just the one. This is what he was waiting for. Look at that. Imagine his vision in there. Just be holding on as tight as he can to come out of that. And he does cleanly. He doesn't make it look like he's fighting that whitewash to come out. He comes out with the momentum of the barrel. And so, wow, he'll be sitting there really, really happy. Now only looking to back up a 1.9. Pierpo, Michael Yancey from Peru, is looking for a 5.66. There you see on your screen if he wants to take back that lead. And so he'll be waiting for something big, something with power, and something that he can bust out one of his trademark powerful backflips on, because that will be what will be helping him get those scores, because we can pretty much safely say that Steven Godoy will be changing that 1.9 in this last 9 minutes.
Bueno, muy buen trabajo de verdad, y miren quién se prepara ahí, Guilherme Montenegro, que va a enfrentar a Cristóbal Tovar en todos los hits. Entonces un chileno ha sido un gran mensaje. Bueno, es algo que también pasa bastante en la categoría junior. Cuando estás en determinado país, ves más de la nacionalidad del país en donde se está llevando a cabo el evento, pero eso es muy bueno, porque esa es, digamos, probablemente la única oportunidad que muchos chicos jóvenes y menores de edad tienen para poder mostrarse al mundo. Así nos pasó en Marruecos, vimos riders increíbles que no sabíamos, no los conocíamos, y en la categoría junior, tanto así que quedaron 2 en el podium marroquí. Lo mismo nos pasó en Iquique, vimos un montón de riders que tal vez no hacen el Tour Mundial, y bueno, aquí está así dominando la quinta. Los riders son de allá, y la verdad es que decir eso, ¿no? Que la quinta perdón, la quinta, la zona central, porque no todos son de la quinta, la zona central. O en el caso de Steven, que es de la cuarta, que entiendo que todavía se considera como el norte grande de Chile, pero está ahí cerquita, más cerquita de Santiago, unas 5 horas más o menos.
Al norte de Santiago.
Al norte de Santiago. Si cuentas a Steven como de Coquimbo, si lo ponen en Los Vilos un poquito más cerca.
Ah,
Pero
bueno.
tampoco tan más cerca, ¿sabes? Hay una... Yo hago mucho vengo mucho al norte en carro, desde Santiago, vengo mucho.
Tú
Vine
sabes
Sí.
la ruta.
Sí, normalmente lo hacemos en 2 días. o
Panamericano,
3.
¿no?
Sí, Panamericano todo el tiempo. Vas parando así, puedes salir y a veces, bueno, lo hemos hecho directo de Santiago a Portofino y de Portofino a Iquique, imagínate.
Y-
Pero eso es medio heavy, pues eso son como 12 horas por día.
¿Y este Panamérica va todo hasta Canadá? ¿Lo mismo?
La ruta 5, claro. Supuestamente, sí, es una.
Uno,
Sí.
todo?
Pero no sé si llega hasta Canadá. Buena pregunta, lo voy a... Tú siempre me haces preguntas de cosas que no sé, yo.
Sí, bueno, estamos
No
aquí.
me sé perfecto eso.
Estamos aquí aprendiendo y Esteban Godoy buscando algo para cambiar su 1.9 y a ver si puede completar este segundo rolo. No, pero completó la primera y aquí tenemos Michael Yancey con una respuesta. Vamos a ver. Wow, un ERC que puede lograr. No, fue difícil allí. No había mucho poder en la sección y mira, está buscando la segunda ola en la series. Puede llegar allí, no, desafortunadamente para Pirpo, ese no va a contar y está buscando ahora un 7.5 por este.
Bueno, a ver, bien bueno el trabajo de este chico, la verdad, 15 años recién cumplidos, prendió los motores, que está haciendo en realidad lo que tenía que hacer, ¿sabes? Buscar maniobras un poco más básicas. Esta última de Pirpo, esto sí es el clásico Pirpo, pero no completada. Y eso sí que no es clásico de Pirpo. Pirpo que me decía que le motiva un poco más correr en la categoría hombres. Interesante, ¿no? Porque yo pensaba que tal vez tenía más en su mente ganar su segundo título. Pero bueno, todavía tiene posibilidades. Recordando que todas las personas que terminan en esta instancia, en este momento del campeonato, reciben el quinto lugar. Entonces también son buenos puntos para poder ir construyendo su camino. Y mira, ahora googleé lo que me preguntaste y la Panamericana comienza en Chiloé y termina en Alaska.
Wow.
Así que es más allá, o sea, así más para allá, para arriba.
Sí.
Muy bien, ¿eh?
Muy bien, muy
Te
lejos,
puedes ir de
muy
aquí
largo.
directo para Alaska.
Sí. Qué
Sí.
loco. No, es una de las viajes increíbles del mundo. Si imagina si alguien maneja de Alaska a Argentina o
Pues Chiloé.
o y de vuelta, o ¿cómo se llama? Opuesto.
Sí. Bueno, excelente trabajo del chico de Los Vilos, que también surfea mucho en Coquimbo y representa al Club Mar, Deporte y Sanación. Realmente dando mucho de qué hablar, 15 años es una de las revelaciones. Aquí viene Pirpo, atención, no se le puede descuidar nunca Pirpo, bonito primer giro y concreta con un... ¡Oh, se quedó atascado! ¿Cuándo va a Pirpo atascándose? Vamos a ver esta. Se ve buena para Steven, rompe el labio con ese rolo, continúa, hace otro más, está buscando cambiar el 375, otro más, tal vez otro más. ¡Wow! Ahora sí que sí. Qué buen trabajo, y te puedo decir algo, su trabajo es parecido al de Luana Dourado, que solamente tiene 14 años y ha sido la revelación de la categoría junior femenina. Me atrevo a decir que Steven Godoy ha sido la revelación, sí o sí, de la categoría junior masculina. Y miren ahí los chicos.
De la zona centro. Bueno, eso, this is the cherry on top. Oh, hang on, this is Michael's one. Look at this, spin at the start and then really knew he needed something big there. And you see his body in the wash, just not able to come around, not able to land that, and I can't imagine the frustration. But yeah, this one from Steven is the cherry on top, and he does this right in front of Michael Yancey as well. One roll, two roll, both pretty nice, landing back in the pocket, and then comes through the wave, stands up for him again for a third roll, and he is just going to go really far into the lead. I don't know if Michael's going to be coming back from this one.
increíble, de verdad, de este chico. Nos ha dejado pero con la boca abierta con su performance y va a establecer su nombre fuerte porque recibe 8.15. 8.15 es la primera vez de todas las mangas que yo he hecho que yo veo a Michael Jansen en combo.
Para ir al primer lugar.
Primera
Queda
vez que
todavía
pueda
2
recordar, si
minutos
me
con
equivoco,
30
mis
segundos.
respetos y mis
Michael.
disculpas, pero yo que pueda recordar, nunca había visto a Michael Jansen en el Junior en situación de combinación. ¡Wow! ¡Qué fuerte está Steven Godoy! Vamos a ver esta de Michael, va para su lado fuerte, concreta bien ese flip y un rolo. Claro, esta va a ser la mejor ola probablemente de Pirpo y probablemente salga del combo, pero quedan 2 minutos, Joey.
Yeah, quedan 2 minutos. There's 2 minutes left. Michael Yancey in combination right now from Esteban Godoy, but he's not giving up. He's fighting back. Look at this. Comes up, powerful flip. This is his strong side, and he loves a good right-hander. Lands it, flicks it around with his leg, gets a roll for the combination of moves there, and that's going to come through as a strong score. He needs more than a 6.9 this wave, and it's looking like it's going to come through at a 7. There we have a 7 being dropped. So he's just dug his way out of the combination situation, but now he's needing a 9.9 to take the lead in 90 seconds. Nearly a perfect wave is needed by Pirpo.
Wow, bueno, sí, Pirpo sale del combo, ahora necesita un 9.90. Si hay un junior que tiene la capacidad para hacer un puntaje así, es él. Pero claro, pensemos algo, es prácticamente un 10, o sea, es la perfección. Y queda 1 minuto, y queda 1 minuto nada más y no se ven tantas olas, entonces, y no tiene la prioridad Pirpo. Entonces, oye, increíble porque en un comienzo, les voy a ser sincera, me pareció que Steven comenzó con las decisiones incorrectas. ¿Por qué? Porque tomó olas que le daban puntajes muy bajos. Si lo ven en su historial, una ola de 1 punto, una ola de 1.50, una ola de 1.90, otra de 1.35. No estaba entrando en las maniobras, trató de hacer un RS cuando en verdad tal vez tenía que hacer un rolo. Entonces como que me dio la sensación de que estaba como un poco nervioso, un poco perdido, pero imagínense, en su 5ª ola prendió con todos los motores y ahí recibió un 8.75, después una ola pequeña de 3.75 y ya después terminó o sea, la estocada final, 8.15, y es un performance de un profesional, o sea, es un performance de un Pierre-Louis, de un Tristan, ¿sabes? De un Dave o de cualquiera de los nombres grandes que tenemos dentro de la categoría profesional. Este chico va a ser campeón mundial, yo me atrevo a decir. Se acaba el hit y es oficial en Chile. Steven Godoy, una vez más ya logrando podium. ¡Qué performance! Y miren la humildad también de Pirpo. Eso es muy bueno. ¡Wow! Probablemente el mejor hit que hemos visto. Una gran felicitación a este chico. No se muevan, que nos quedan 2 más.
Antofagasta se prepara para el futuro. Impulsamos una minería más diversa e inclusiva. Promovemos la cultura y el patrimonio. Aceleramos el emprendimiento local. Inspiramos y acercamos más niños a la ciencia. Y nos capacitamos para los trabajos del mañana. Porque creer en el talento local es futuro. Conoce lo que hacemos juntos por Antofagasta en bhp.com.
El futuro lo construimos hoy. Innovamos y desarrollamos soluciones para un mundo sostenible, poniendo en el centro el bienestar de las personas, la creación de valor social compartido, el respeto por el medio ambiente, el fomento de la diversidad y el progreso de las comunidades vecinas son inherentes a nuestro quehacer en la generación de valor, a través de un genuino compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Desde el norte de Chile, aportamos al desarrollo sostenible de la industria. SQM, Soluciones para el Desarrollo Humano.
Bienvenidos a todos. Welcome everyone. This is the day number 9 here at the 2024 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival presented by Escondida, BHP and SQM. We are in the heat number 4 of the quarterfinals for the junior division, and we just saw an amazing performance by Steven Godoy, only 15 years of age. I mean, he just turned 15 years of age.
Yeah, like 3 days ago, right?
Like 3 days ago.
Yeah, a show by this guy. And now we have these two other young men, Guilherme Montenegro coming out of Brazil and Cristóbal Tobar in this heat. We are seeing the conditions improve a little bit, I would say, Bego, since we arrived here in the first moments, in the first light of the day. It was much slower, but we are seeing some good sections there, and Steven Godoy just proved it himself. Cristóbal Tobar, he's coming on this wave, just starting with the 360, maintaining that high line, waiting for the section to show up, connecting one more. Let's see if there's going to be a ramp. And there is one roll, combination of 3 maneuvers for Cristóbal Tobar, just starting with the 5-point ride over the Brazilian. And there comes Guilherme Montenegro. Vai o Gui nessa onda, faz uma boa cavada no final, espumou primeiro, mas depois ela armou uma rampa e o Gui conseguiu fazer uma projeção muito boa ali para cortar o lip. Ele já tem 2,5 e agora vai pegar a sua onda principal. Então, bom dia ao nosso público brasileiro e português também assistindo essa live. Hoje a gente começa com as quartas de final. Por enquanto, a gente vai ter só as quartas de final Junior Man confirmado.
Ok, esta es la última de Gui. Ya tiene 2 olas, una de 250 y esta está cayendo su puntaje bonito y proyectado rolo, bien difícil de caer, pero esa extensión de sus brazos en la ejecución le permitió adelantarse esa zona explosiva, esa zona de espuma. Así que va a recibir un 450 y la primera de Cristóbal Tobar es de 5. Así que bueno, vamos a escuchar la entrevista. Un segundo, parece que viene una ola aquí para Cristóbal. Vamos a ver, no queremos perdernos nada, la acción en vivo. No, y no veo nada viniendo, así que queremos mucho escuchar de Steven, que es un hombre pequeño de pocas palabras, pero vamos a ver si Joey le puede preguntar qué se siente haberle ganado al campeón mundial y campeón de este evento. Vamos, Joey.
Yeah, thank you, Bago. With the winner of the last heat, Steven Godoy. Steven, eso fue una performance increíble contra Pirpo. ¿Cómo te sientes con 16.9 en total?
Muy feliz de haber pasado primero, ya que me tocó con Pirpo. El Pirpo es un gran competidor igual y me tenía un poquito nervioso lo que quería tomar esas 2 olas que me dieron los 16.80, creo que fue. 90, ya, eso.
Sí, muy bueno. Y ahora para el podio, es semifinal. ¿Cómo te sientes por eso?
Feliz, voy con todo al podio en el primer lugar.
Y ahora es Cristóbal Tobar o Gui Montenegro, ¿quién prefieres?
Al Cristóbal, porque es un competidor más cercano a mí, pero igual el otro puede pasar, uno que pueda pasar de los dos.
Bueno, I'll just translate a bit of that in English. He was really happy to get those 2 waves, and of course, very difficult heat against Pirpo, but managed to come away with an amazing total, 16.9, and yeah, he would rather probably face against Cristóbal Tobar, who's in the water at the moment, one of his mates, and he would, yeah, enjoy that for the semi. Y seguro que tienes unas palabras más para la gente en casa.
Sí, les quiero mandar un saludo a mi mamita, a la EXO, a Isi Mandala y a Amar Deportes Sanación, que me apoyan en todo.
Bueno, muchas gracias y suerte con el resto del evento. Back to you guys.
Steven, mira, y yo creo que ya cumplió los 15 años y ya está hablando más en las entrevistas. Yo creo que ya lo entendió. Nosotros lo hemos estado lecturando todo el tiempo diciéndole, Steven, tienes que hablar un poquito más, ¿vale? Porque es importante. Entonces dice, sí, pero bueno, es que me dice, esto es un poco tímido. Y me dicen los otros amigos, no, es que él es tímido y tal. Digo yo, vale, no se entiende perfectamente, es súper joven, pero tienes que empezar a hablar un poco más porque es que la gente quiere escuchar de él, quiere saber qué hay en su cabeza. Imagínate cómo puede surfear tan bien, tan joven. Tenemos que recordar que él acaba de cumplir 14 años, o sea, ahora aquí en este evento. Entonces está muy, muy joven, es la revelación junto con Luana Dourado. Imagínense, el futuro. Miren qué linda ola para Cristóbal Tobar. Surfea muy bien Cristobalito. Yo estuve con él en el sur. Estuvimos compartiendo ahí, surfeando en Puyay, en Peyúgue. Y muy bueno, y súper motivado. Y también hace Dropknee.
Sí, me enseñó algunos vídeos, Bego.
Es bueno.
Sí, estábamos indo a La Nilda, en verdad. A ver, después de esta ola. There comes Cristóbal Tobar, nice bottom turn, getting a lot of speed to execute this roll, just taking off of this wave, and you guys can see a perfect completion by Cristóbal, just trying to fit one more 360 in front of the white water. This wave granted the young Chilean a 6.25 right now, just putting some more space in between him and the Brazilian. Now Guilherme needs a 6.75, and there is the young guy just, with the big achievements in the last events. Steven, not the guy that talks the most, as Bego was saying here, but I'm seeing an improvement for sure in the interviews by the young Steven. He's more of a shy guy, but finally letting those words out in this last heat, winning Pirpo on a undoubtedly, very good win. So 16 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in this heat. Guilherme Montenegro precisando de 6.75, agora que o chileno conseguiu um 6.25 e melhorou ali a sua nota, conseguiu finalmente 2 notas, e o brasileiro vai ter que trocar aquele 2,5 o quanto antes.
Bueno, bien ahí el performance de Cristóbal, consigue 6.25, está primero. Los chilenos, todos de la zona central de Chile, bueno, y un poquito más allá, porque en el caso, bueno, sí, Cristóbal es de Papudo, ¿no? Papudo, siempre me confundo con Papudo y Paposo. No, Paposo es aquí cerquita, es la región de Antofagasta, Papudo, que está ahí el chino, que es súper entusiasta el chino, el Cristian, le fascina el voleibol, está siempre activo, como que siempre está con los chicos, viaja con ellos, va a los eventos, está es súper activo también en la Federación Chilena, entonces igual un saludo para él y para todas las personas de allá, porque es lo que les estaba comentando hace un rato, están saliendo una cantera muy fuerte de juniors de la zona central de Chile. Y bueno, se está viendo acá, ¿no? Imagínate, los chicos avanzando, con podio ya. Muy buen trabajo entonces, Cristóbal. Ahora también contra alguien tan fuerte como es Gui Montenegro,
Sí.
que es un competidor que también en este evento, recuerdo la primera vez que lo vi, yo dije, ¿qué? O sea, yo lo llamé la pulguita, era chiquitito, y se ponía a reses espectaculares, y agarraba las grandes, y rolos en secciones complicadas. Bueno, es de ahí, de tu parte, Vila Velha, ¿no?
Sim, de Vila Velha, o Guilherme, ele que treina ali junto, Guilherme treina junto ao Instituto Neymar Carvalho, onde também se forma muitos atletas também, Bianca Simões, Luna, ella mesma la campeona, e Guilherme é um que surpreende a todos em todos os tipos de ola também, ano passado em fronton, hizo uma performance increíble, e chega aqui aos quartos de finale, pero não vai ser fácil também contra el chileno Cristóbal Tobar, que viene desde la quinta región de Chile, donde Bego mismo dije que vienen muchos campeones. Ayer yo estaba aquí con Sebastián C. de Bego y estábamos hablando justamente de eso también, la formación de nuevos atletas. Allá Sebastián también tiene un proyecto allá que trabaja
Sí.
con la nueva generación.
Con las
¿sabe?
semillas, es que tiene que ser así,
Exacto.
porque si no, ¿cómo vamos a garantizar el futuro? Tiene que venir de ahí, ¿sabes? Mira qué bonito, están todos ahí de Espíritu Santo. Y también está Mayra González y su papá. De ahí ¿de dónde es Mayra?
Mayra, Bego, viene de la parte norte de Brasil. Voy a confirmar si no es de Ceará, porque no estoy seguro ahora mismo. Yo no soy tan familiarizado con Mayra, que es una atleta muy joven, pero que creo que viene de Pernambuco. A ver,
Vale, pero no es de Espíritu Santo ni
no,
de Río,
es del norte de Brasil, un poco
Vale.
más lejos.
Bueno, si están recién llegando, es el último cuarto de final y la verdad que los jueces determinaron que vamos a continuar con las semifinales de Junior porque después de ver los performances que se han visto y lo que sí les van a dar 30 minutos. Entonces, después de este hit, hacemos la semifinal 1 y 2. de Junior. Así que hoy vamos a tener establecida la final. Miren quién está ahí. Está el papá de Gui, Aloísio.
Aloísio Montenegro. Y Mara, en verdad, viene de Paraná, Bego. Viene de Paraná, cerca de Francis Auto, del sur del país.
Para abajo, no es del norte.
Para abajo,
sí.
no es para norte.
Ah, bueno, muy bien. Pues sí, ahí estaba un poco la armada brasilera que siempre viene a apoyar a todos sus riders. Ahí, eso es muy importante. Lo he visto con los franceses, lo he visto con los brasileros. Bueno, todos en realidad. Hasta el mismo Tristan se quedó ayer con Benji a apoyar a Pamela.
Bego, creo que en este ambiente, en esta atmósfera aquí que tenemos tantas nacionalidades, creo que la primera identificación que uno tiene es su nacionalidad, ¿no? A veces viene de un sitio lejos, de otra parte del país, pero cuando llega aquí y se depara con una persona que viene del mismo país, creo que es un factor que promueve esta unión, ¿no? Esta primera unión.
Es muy importante el apoyo de la familia, de los amigos, de los entrenadores. Y miren, un mensaje que les puedo mandar para que puedan preparar bien a sus juniors, consíguenles un psicólogo deportivo, créanme que vale mucho la pena. Luna lo dijo, Luna con 2 títulos mundiales. A ver, una para aquí.
Guilherme Montenegro vem com velocidade, conecta 360 bem bonito ali na linha da onda, mantém aquela velocidade, faz a cavada para ir para rolo bem estendido ali, com os braços esticados, o pescoço fazendo aquele pêndulo, e essa vai ser uma boa nota para o Guilherme, finalmente. Agora pegou sua terceira onda, vai trocar aquele 2,5 e vamos ver, o Gui precisa de 6,75 para tomar a primeira posição de volta do Cristóbal, Bego.
Ahora, la última de Gui Montenegro, miren, también tiene un estilo súper lindo, un 360 funcional para poder marcar algo y poder pasar secciones, y muy bonita ejecución de ese rolo. Así que esa ola de ahí le va a ayudar bastante, porque va a cambiar el 2.50 y él que está buscando 6.75. No sé si sea eso, pero definitivamente le va a ayudar a la sumatoria. Bueno, vamos a continuar entonces. Official communication by the judges and the technical team. We will continue. I mean, they were assessing the conditions and seeing that we have a good possibility of advancing. Because seriously, guys, go and check the forecast. You'll see. You can do it. Just go to your favorite forecast. I mean, in here, so there's a few that works better, but check it out. I mean, we are not going to have swell, so I mean, we do have a waiting period till Sunday, but Sunday looks super flat. So look at Aloísio there.
He just got what he needed, Pego. 6.75 on point. Performance by Gui, ele conseguiu exatamente o que conseguia com essa onda, dá para ver o percurso que ele percorre ali grande, faz uma linha bonita com 360, completa esse rolo, bem limpo também, com os braços esticados ali, conseguiu 6.75 e agora ele vai para a primeira posição. Na verdade, está com uma nota de empatada, né? Está numa situação de empate ali com o Cristóbal, porém o critério nesse caso é que ele tem uma nota maior, um 6.75, enquanto o chileno tem 6.25. Então, sai na primeira posição, por enquanto, Guilherme Montenegro. Mas a situação não está nada estável, pessoal. O Cristóbal precisa apenas de 5.01 para poder mudar essa situação. Então, bem possível, levando em conta que tem mais de 9 minutos ainda nessa bateria. Not a stable situation at all for them. Very tight score, the same scores, actually. And Cristóbal only needing 5.01. A lot of time in the clock yet, so let's see.
Sí, vamos a ver, Gui está activo, está fuerte, quiere cambiar igual, quiere conseguir una nota igual de alta que la que acaba de conseguir porque recibió un 6.75 y tomó la primera posición. Y por su parte, sé que Cristóbal debe estar pensando, tengo que hacer algo lo más rápido posible también para tratar de marcar ese 5.01. 5.01 es una nota fácil en este momento. Tiene que tratar de hacerla ahora que tiene la prioridad. Pero tampoco se tiene que desesperar, no tiene que estar viendo tanto el rider, creo que se está preocupando más de Gui que de buscar la ola y buscar ese score, porque 5.01 es más fácil de lo que ustedes se imaginan. Después si Gui toma, mira cómo Gui le aplica presión, ¿ah?
Sabe competir.
Sí, sí, vamos a ver, capaz entra en el tubo, no, va a ir muy bien por ese rolo y combina con un giro, tal vez intenta otro más, sí. Uno como que ya puede leer cuando el rider quiere hacer ese girito. No sé si va a ser más del 5, pero hizo bien también porque parece que la ola estaba un poco más hacia el lado de Guy.
There comes Cristóbal on a shorter wave than last one by Guy. Just needing a 5.01, not a big score for the Chilean. He is trying to connect a few more 360s in front of the whitewater to try to get the biggest score out of this one. But it was only a 4.5, still need a bit more than that to get back to the first position. Então, fazendo só passando uma mensagem aqui em português que a Bego acabou de transmitir. A gente vai seguir com as semifinais dessa categoria Junior Man. A princípio a chamada era apenas para os quartos de final, mas como os atletas estão demonstrando aí, né, a gente viu Steven Godoy tirando 16.9 na última bateria, ótimas ondas, as sessões estão melhorando ali conforme a maré seca. A comissão técnica decidiu seguir com as semifinais dessa categoria Junior Man. Então vamos ver Unas Pascual do País Basco e o líder do circuito mundial agora nessa categoria, Alexander Montes, das Ilhas Canárias. E nessa bateria o vencedor vai estar enfrentando na segunda final Esteban Godoy.
Na
segunda semifinal,
me quedé pensando en lo que dijiste en portugués, yo así, ¿cómo? Me dijo en la segunda final y yo así, no. Sí, vamos a... Ya, lo que viene en la semifinal, la primera, es una muy buena y de hecho Unash dijo que tanto Michele como Alexander quería competir con ellos porque todavía no les había podido ganar. Con Alexander dice que ha competido muchísimas veces, así que vamos a ver si el vasco puede ganarle al canario en la próxima, en la primera semifinal, recordando que son de 30 minutos, sin límite de olas y con 2 personas en el agua hay bastantes posibilidades. Por eso se tomó la decisión de continuar también viendo lo que los chicos han hecho, pues manda el mensaje de que sí hay algunas olas y que definitivamente hay que tratar de aprovechar porque sería mucho peor si nos quedáramos sin absolutamente nada de olas. Unash mismo lo dijo en su entrevista, dijo no, hay unas olas, yo las encontré, me sentí bien, así que vamos a ver, vamos a avanzar. Recordando que probablemente mañana sea el día final, no está establecido. Mañana hay un poquito más de fuerza bueno, los españoles llaman fuerza al suelo, pero nosotros pues la fuerza le decimos como a la energía. Hay un poquito más de energía para mañana. Hay también un poquito más de periodo. No, de hecho el periodo está igual. Hay 13 segundos de periodo. Para el Pacífico 13 segundos es bastante conservador, el Pacífico llega como hasta 22 segundos de periodo. Una derecha para Cristóbal Tovar, bonito rolo, otro más. A ver, atención porque Cristóbal está buscando 5.01. ¿Podrá ser eso? ¿Esa ola de 2 rolos de derecha la nota?
Let's see this once more. He's looking for only 5.01, switches to the right, clean roll in the first section and goes for one more. Kind of cutting the lip there. Now, with the combination, I think it's way more probable that Cristóbal might get that score. We saw him attempting on the last wave a 4.5. That's what he got. But in this case, I believe Cristóbal is going to get a better score. Bego. The first roll was a very well-projected one, clean maneuver. He could land on the pocket, on the face of that wave, and managed to combine one more. So I believe that's going to put Guilherme Montenegro back in the second position.
Sí, al parecer están cayendo unos scores ahí bien buenos. Esta es la última ola de Cristóbal. La verdad es que fue bien ejecutada. Es un 7.75. No solo recibió lo que necesitaba, sino que mucho más. La verdad, en mis ojos, sí daba para recibirlo. Y ahí están parte de los chicos que están apoyando a Cristóbal. Muy bueno, me encanta ver. Estaba Steven, ni siquiera se ha sacado el traje. Como debe ser porque va a entrar a competir. E aí viene a resposta de Gui.
Guilherme Montenegro vem correndo atrás do prejuízo, joga o RS ali, acaba ficando preso na espuma, não consegue projetar até a parte da frente da onda. Sendo que na última onda o Cristóbal foi para a direita com aqueles 2 rolos ali bem projetados, ele conseguiu 7.75, voltou para a primeira posição e agora o brasileiro fica numa situação mais complicada, precisando de uma nota maior. 7.26 é a que o Guilherme precisa e deixa depois dessa tentativa o Cristóbal com a prioridade lá fora e a gente se aproxima dos 3 minutos. Vocês já sabem o que isso significa, né, pessoal?
Sí, 7,26 es lo que Guy está buscando. No entró esa maniobra. Tal vez si hubiese hecho un rolo bien proyectado como el primero, que le dio un score grande, le dio 6,75, tal vez hubiese tenido más posibilidad. Un poco pasa eso con los juniors, yo lo he visto. Ellos tienen como esa gran necesidad de hacer estas maniobras diferentes, como que tienen esa hambre de mostrarle al mundo que ellos no solamente hacen rolos, que ellos pueden hacer RS o backflips súper bien, y a veces probablemente ahí es en donde se nota tal vez un poquito la inmadurez o la falta de experiencia, que de repente un rider profesional sabe que sí, que quiere demostrarle al mundo lo que sabe hacer, pero que esto es competencia y que aquí hay que poner los puntos porque si no, no vas a avanzar, y créanme que hay una grandísima diferencia entre quedarse quinto o tercero o llegar a la final.
Sí.
Entonces definitivamente ahí entra un poquito la madurez. Es un tipo de surfing, nadie dice que sea el mejor, nadie dice que sea el peor. Competencia es un tipo de surfing, free surfing es otro tipo, olas grandes es otro tipo. Entonces no sé, yo creo que si vas a competir, tal vez es una opinión subjetiva, tienes que tratar de buscar las maniobras seguras, porque lo que de verdad a ti te interesa en ese momento no es el orgullo de mostrar lo bien que tú surfeas o la cantidad de maniobras que tú sabes hacer. Lo que a ti te interesa es avanzar.
Y también, Bego, hay que hacer lo que pide la ola, ¿no? Aquella ola, por ejemplo, para Gui, no le proporcionó una sesión con velocidad para ejecutar una RS, tanto que cayó ali un poco que en la espuma. Y también creo que le falta a los chicos más jóvenes también essa experiência de saber lo que está agradando a los jueces, lo que en estas condiciones está proporcionando los mejores scores. Por ejemplo, en la ola de Cristóbal, que fue para el rolo la maniobra más básica, fue con una combinación. Entonces, ni siempre un backflip o una RS te va a lograr lo mejor score, pero sí una combinación. A ver, Cristóbal Tobar.
Cristóbal, mira lo que estamos hablando, un rolo proyectado, un rolo bueno, funcional. Y no es que Cristóbal tal vez no se pueda poner las maniobras. Vamos a ver esta de aquí, no.
Acabou caindo um pouquinho na pressão ali o Guilherme. Tentou fazer um ARS naquela última onda, mas realmente dava para ver que a onda não proporcionava. E um pouco do que eu estava falando aqui com a Bego em espanhol, que ela comentou, né? Às vezes os atletas, principalmente esses atletas mais jovens, querem, quando caem numa situação dessa, uma situação mais pressão em cima deles, de pouco tempo e ter que ganhar as notas, querem partir para as manobras mais difíceis ali, tentar um backflip ou um ARS, às vezes aonde não cabe. E naquela onda do Gui, ele foi para uma tentativa, mas a onda realmente ele não tinha velocidade, a onda não proporcionou uma rampa legal para ele aterrissar na frente. Então talvez buscar uma combinação seria uma boa. E vem na última tentativa, Bego. Não sei se essa onda ainda está válida, creio que não.
Yo creo, no sé, vamos a mirar. Sonó cuando él estaba remando. A ver, pero igual se quedó atascado. Bueno, es oficial y Cristóbal Tobar avanza a la segunda semifinal, que va a estar de locos entre dos chilenos, así que dos españoles en una semifinal y dos chilenos en la segunda. Bueno, increíble, ya tenemos el podium armado, miren qué lindo. Lo que siempre hablamos, se trata de eso, se trata de la amistad, pero en el agüita, mientras hay competencia, no hay amigos. No se muevan, que esto está buenísimo, y vamos con las semifinales de Junior.
Welcome back everyone, day 9 of competition. Bienvenido a todos, día 9 de competencia y vamos ahora para la primera semifinal de la división Junior Men. Vamos para el agua ahora porque tenemos dos españoles, en verdad un vasco, Unax Pascual y Alexander Montes desde la Isla Canarias.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing show between Unash and Alexander. Two Spanish representatives here all the way over in La Cúpula, and we are officially in the podium rounds. This is the semi-final to see which of these two boys will be going to the finals. And I know that they're both mates. They've both grown up in the Spanish and European national tours together. And I'm sure this is not the first battle, nor will it be the last between these two guys. Entonces, un gran bienvenido a todos los que están apoyando los chicos aquí desde España, desde el País Vasco y desde las Islas Canarias. Va a estar una batalla, una guerra entre estos dos chicos en el agua.
Verdad, Joey. Tenemos dos atletas muy fuertes, cada uno veniendo de un background diferente, pero están allí cerca, yo diría, uno del País Vasco, y que sería Unas Pascual. Unas logró una segunda posición en Sintra el año pasado en la fecha del Tour que se pasa allá, una de las más tradicionales del Tour. Un primer sitio, primera posición en Guipúzcoa en 2022 y 2023. Fue el segundo también en el circuito vasco 2022 Junior y fue el primero en la primera prueba del circuito vasco en 2023 Open y segundo en la división Junior. También fue el vencedor del campeonato galego 2022 Sub-14. Quiere ser el campeón del mundo en la división Junior y luego seguir en competencia en Openman. Y por otro lado, el canario es el actual líder del ranking mundial en esta división. Viene con buenos podiums en el Tour Mundial este año y está más fuerte do que nunca, Joey. 30 minutos en esta manga.
Sí, 30 minutos. No hay límite a cantidad de las olas en los que pueden agarrar. Entonces, vamos a ver un poco de acción, yo creo, pero depende del mar, depende de si va a venir estas olas que hemos visto ya hoy día. Ya habían unas buenas olas con forma, con rampa, con tubitos. Hemos visto un par de 8 ya, entonces ojalá que vamos a ver más.
Sí, Joey, buenas olas ya en esta competencia. Al principio de este día 9 de competencia, llegamos aquí en Playa Jacolén y estaba un poco más despacio, menos olas apareciendo, pero conforme empezamos la competencia y esos atletas Pro Juniors nos fueron enseñando el potencial que hay aquí, a pesar de las condiciones pequeñas, chicas, se decidió seguir con las semifinales. Entonces, Unax viene con su manga de cuartas de final logrando un 7.75 y un 6.25 que lo hizo llegar hasta aquí. Y por otro lado, Alexander Montes avanzó a la semifinal con un somatorio de 14 puntos, separado entre un 7.5 y un 6.5 también. Buenos scores por parte de esos dos atletas muy fuertes que ahora van a surfear una vez más en condiciones parecidas con lo que ya surfearon hoy.
Sí, mira, aquí tenemos a Alex Montes de las Islas Canarias remando para esa ola. Va a tomar la izquierda, poniendo los frenos allí un poco y vamos a ver si hay una sección aquí al fin de la ola y un rolo cayó bien, pero nada más en la ola que eso.
Just one roll for Alexander Montes in this wave. First step of this heat. Unax didn't find anyone so far. We have a 30-minute heat. Let's check this replay by the young Canadian. Ahí viene Alexander Montes. Segura un poco, retrasa un poco más, esperando un momento bueno en la ola y ahora sí, solta los frenos, va para un rolo que no fue el más alto, diría, no fue el más proyectado para arriba, pero logra completarlo en la fase de la ola, en el pocket, y salió 4 puntos para Alexander en esta primera ola.
Buena para él, empezando su ronda muy fuerte y seguro que va a buscar más. Un poco difícil para golpear este labio con el tiempo perfecto. Y siempre es así con la cúpula, siempre es muy difícil leer, muy difícil ver qué va a pasar con el ball, con el riff, con todas las partes de la ola. Entonces, sí, buena cuando pueden encontrar una sección, buena a verlos pegarle bien, limpio y sí.
Difícil também de posicionar-se não, naquela ola, pero você vê que Alexander e seguramente também Unas, como já vino ensinando, estão um pouco mais familiarizados com esta ola depois de já surfear uma manga em condições parecidas. Viene Alexander uma vez mais, hace um trompo na primeira secção, vai para um rolo e sigue com um pouco mais de velocidade para esta sessão mais seca ao final. Um rolo, outro rolo mais. 4 maniobras, uma boa combinação de Alexander. Seguramente vai ser sua melhor ola hasta ahora, Joey.
Wow, that was really good there for Alex Montes, finding a small inside wave under priority, and check this replay out. Really flowy takeoff spin there, and I like that he doesn't force the speed, just lets it go with the same speed of the wave. Comes up, tricky little backwash section there, but gets a roll around, and then here the wave just hits the reef, and that roll is probably the most powerful of the 3 rolls, but then manages to get that one there, which is going to be a really nice combination for him, a 4-maneuver wave.
Yeah, that was a very good reading for him, just focusing on the moment in that particular wave, finding every little section and managing to fit one maneuver. That second roll was that first roll actually was a tough one, very easy to just skip and pass by that section, but Alexander just managing to fill all the gaps in that wave, getting a 6-point ride, 10-point total score right now, just leaving Unas in the need of something bigger than that, since Unas didn't surf any waves so far. So 30-minute heat, guys. No limit of waves so far for this heat. And we are seeing the tide just lowering a little bit more, and the wave just becoming better and better with the better formation despite being small. We have the interview there with Cristobal Tobar, the last actually semifinalist classified for the second semifinal. Let's just see if Alexander is coming on this one. He is not. So take it away, Bago.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Cristobal, how happy you are. I mean, this is your first podium in the World Tour, and you are facing a friend of you, someone that you usually face. Cristobal, me imagino cómo te debes estar sintiendo. Es tu primer podio en el Tour Mundial. Encima te vas a enfrentar contra Steven, que igual son amigos, igual se han encontrado muchísimas veces en campeonatos locales y nacionales, así que queremos escuchar de ti cómo te sientes.
Me siento súper contento en realidad, por eso mismo, porque es mi primer podio ya con 14 años y estoy súper contento y no sé, estoy demasiado nervioso también porque me toca contra Steven, un amigo, siempre, como decía la Bego, nos hemos encontrado desde chicos, desde creo que tengo 12 años, 11, por ahí en el Quisco o en el circuito que hacíamos nosotros. Entonces ahora verlo en semifinales contra mí y poder hacerle la pelea a él, maravilloso, en un mundial tan bonito y estoy súper contento.
Oh, he said he's super happy because he's going to be facing his friend, and they have been competing against each other since they were 11 years of age in their, in the central coast of Chile. And he's a bit nervous, of course. He knows how good Steven is. He is the youngest one of the division. He has 14 years, so he's very happy to be advancing. At least he has a podium. So, cuéntanos un poquito de la comunidad de bodyboard de tu localidad, porque yo sé que hay un trabajo muy fuerte para los juniors. Entonces, ¿cómo está pasando eso por allá?
Bien, las nuevas generaciones vienen con todo. Allá hay un niño y una niña que creo tienen 10 y 11 años y ya están sacando 360 y tan solo llevan 4 meses de bodyboard. Y vienen con todo. También mis amigos que tienen 13, 12 años, también rolo, giro, y estoy súper contento de que progresen tan rápido.
Well, he says in his community they have a lot of people, young riders. There's a girl and a boy that have 11 years of age, more or less, and they have only been surfing for 4 months, and they are already doing spins, and his friends are 13 years old or 14 years old, and they perform rolls and combinations and very good maneuvers. So he says the community is big and it's growing, and juniors are showing off there. ¿Quieres saludar a alguien o agradecer a alguien en este punto?
Saludar a toda mi familia, en general, a mis primos, a mis tías, mi mamá, mi papá, y darle un agradecimiento gigante al chino, porque gracias a él estoy acá y siempre también gracias a él he podido seguir el tour, salir a correr a otras partes para yo poder progresar en mi bodyboard. Y quería agradecerle todo este logro y progreso a él porque siempre me ha acompañado.
Lo hiciste llorar, me parece. Felicitaciones y mucha suerte para la
Muchas
semifinal. Anda a prepararte, nos vemos prontito de regreso a ustedes.
Wow, what an interview. That was just beautiful, and what a well-spoken young kid.
I love it. This guy just letting out everything that we wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, letting us know how is the context back in the 5th region in Quisco. And yeah, so great to know and to see many of them here as well, you know, getting this opportunity of competing in the world title, you know, going through those first heats in the world tour as well, getting that experience. And we can see, for example, Esteban Godoy, you know, coming out of the southern parts of Chile as well, just representing so much. Ahí está el chino, trabajo increíble, y aquí se ve el resultado de depositar tanto tiempo, tanto trabajo, dejar de hacer tantas cosas para poder hacer ese trabajo con amor de verdad. Y aquí se ve cómo se paga bien, cómo salen los resultados cuando un joven así progrese tanto y logra un primer podio en el Tour.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to do a little shout out to him as well in English. His name's Christian. Everyone calls him Chino. From Papudo Beach, and basically just takes care of all these Groms, takes them to World Tour events. He was over in Fronton last year with all these Chilean Groms running around, doing crazy things, and he's just taking care of them, coaching them, training them, and really dedicating so much of his time to the generation of bodyboarders. And now look, the next semi-final, they've got 2 of them facing off, 14 years old, in the semi-final in the World Tour. And so big shout out as well to him, Papudo Beach, for putting in all that time and hours and trips and money and everything to help this generation of guys from central Chile.
And we have to say that it's not just about bodyboarding, right, Joe? It's not about their level, you know, of skill of technique of bodyboarding. It's about forming new men, forming new people, you know, because in this trajectory of going into heats and competing and traveling, you're dealing with many different emotions, you know, frustrations, and then winning, and one time you're on top, other time you're down. And for a kid to learn to deal with that, it's pretty hard. So a big shout out as well to Chino and all of the people working with the new generations for doing this work of also shaping men and women, you know, in these young stages of their lives.
Yeah, really great forms and healthy forms of a kind of like bodyboard mentorship.
Yeah.
And yeah, thinking about that as well, like these are all young kids and going on trips like this, they're away from home, away from their families. Maybe it's a lot for them. Some kids obviously love it, but for some kids it can be full on, you know, being away in a different country, maybe somewhere you don't even speak the same language. You're 14 years old, all your mates are at home still at school, and you're out here, you're living the dream, bodyboarding and everything. But yeah, it can be full on, especially when those tough moments come, the tension between athletes, the losses. So yeah, really cool to see that team of Chilean bodyboarders from the central region. Yeah, like it's great. It's great to see. I love it.
Grassroots paying off. That's what we are seeing here. Grassroots work paying off, guys. That's it. We have 2 Spanish guys coming out of Europe here in this heat. Alexander coming out of Gran Canaria, a guy that usually serves a lot in El Confital, a beautiful right-hander in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, and a very good way for sure to train and to become as technical as you can be. And Unax on the other side, coming out of Itsurun, if I'm not pronouncing that right, in the Basque country, Playa Itsurun, He also has as his favorite waves in the world, Andrin and Fronton as well. So yeah, Unas, one of a very technical guy as well. I'm craving to see these young guys at the age of only 16 years old. Both of them are 16, and still have 2 more years in the junior men division. And imagine how these guys will be in 2 more years, before becoming professionals of the sport with such high level already as they are displaying here.
Looks like we have the Vasco taking off here, Unax Pascual, buscando algo aquí, un rolo muy limpio y esperó mucho tiempo para esa ola, entonces tiene que hacerlo bien y mira ese.
Backwash blessed him in that last one. Y ahí viene Alexander Montes también, después de una buenísima ola de Unas Pascual, donde hizo un rolo en la primera sesión y en la segunda logró proyectarse aún más con un poco de ayuda ali del backwash, que también lo lanzó muy bien. Un axe que estaba esperando, en verdad, hacía ya 16 minutos en esta manga, casi a dejar John Lopez, su coach, loco. Y ahí viene, un axe hace un rolo en la primera sesión, restabelece esta línea, espera un poco y ahora sí, solta los frenos, acelera para hacer esto, que con el backwash, en verdad, volou um pouco mais do que esperava, eu creio. Parece que ele gostou e mereceu a pena a espera, Joey. Foi 8 pontos para Nax, que agora necessita apenas 2 pontos.
Wow, that has just really changed the flow of this heat so far. 8.0 for Unas Pascual. That is incredible there for the young Vasco. And very, very well-timed roll on that backwash section, just getting completely projected. He saw it coming and just, rode it perfectly. And now only looking for a 2 to lead. Alex Montes, having been slightly busier this heat, got a 4 and a 6 under his belt. That last wave, not able to find the ramp. And Unas Pascual just being incredibly patient. We're doing 30-minute heats here. He waited about 17 minutes before catching that wave.
Alto riesgo, alta recompensa. Es el juego que está jugando Unax Pascual, Joey. Y mereció la pena para esta ola. Ahí viene Alexander ahora a buscar cambiar 4 puntos de su respaldo. Hace un buen rolo. Parece que no hay más nada en esta sesión. Y ahora vuelve para el outside. Y parece que viene en una ola más. Unax Pascual busca apenas 2 puntos. Mira esta ola, un poco más pequeña, pero no ve mucho potencial y decide volver mientras Alexander no alcanza el outside y vuelve para coger la prioridad de número 1 después de una performance increíble, casi perfecta en su primera ola, después de 16 minutos prácticamente en esta manga.
And it looks like this score dropping through is going to better Alex Montez's 4.0 and put him slightly more ahead of Unas, but Unas really in a good position. And I think he will play the same game. Let's see what he does. If he just waits for one more set and gets a completed wave. But there's this replay of Alexander's last wave. Bigger wave, nice roll through the lip, just a one section, one hit wonder, getting a 5.75 for that and giving his total a little bit more. Now Unas looking for a 3.75.
Yeah, but he actually took a look at that last wave. You saw him pedaling there, but decided not to go since Alexander was just coming back all the way from the channel. So he saw the opportunity of coming back with the priority still and waiting for one more good wave. He actually doesn't need a big score so far. He was needing a 2-point ride. Now, after Alexander Montes got that 5.75, it increased a little bit for him as well. Now Unas is holding the priority with 10 minutes to go, needing only a 3.75 with a very good decision of waiting and going for that wave that provided him an 8-point ride.
Yeah, some amazing bodyboarding. Let's watch it one more time, guys. Look at this. Just extending the arms on that roll there, landing cleanly. Little fade there, back onto the pocket, and he sees this backwash coming, and look at him just there. Whoop. Nice air, really clean, out of the water.
Check out his expression, Joey. It just was probably like impressed by the backwash as well. Just when all the things align, and you just end up flying a little bit more than you expected to, right? So very good wave for Unax Pascual. Very well ridden and well timed as well. He is very technical and He's in a second position right now, although he needs a very small score. So what Alexander has to do right now is try to increase that 5.75 as soon as he can, because now we are just 2/3 into this heat with only 9 minutes remaining, and we are getting to those final stages for this one that will set the first finalist for the junior men division.
Yeah, and we were talking about seeing 8, and yet again another 8 here in the junior men semi-final. The boys giving us some action. And look at this drone shot we've got going on. The beautiful white sandy beaches here, just going out into the cold Pacific Ocean. The Chilean coast is actually really cold. Oh, hold up though, we've got some action here. Unash taken off, scooping in. What can he do here to get this backup score that he's looking for? Nice clean roll, kind of getting a bit caught on the landing and then pushing through it with ease. That'll be a backup score for Unash Pascual.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a backup score, and I believe he's going to get a bit more maybe than that 3.75 that he needs, and that's it. He got a 4.75 in this second wave, just finally getting that backup score. So just stalling in the first part of the wave, going for the next section, just driving through that one and hitting not as good of a section, but he knew what he needed, and he just gone for it finally to get that first position that was very well deserved after that 8-point ride. So finally, Unas completing his first quest of getting to the first position. Now it's just a matter of increasing that 4.75, since Alexander needs a 6.76, which is pretty achievable for the Canarian for sure. So now the work for Unas is just getting as far as he can from the Canarian to not let him stand a chance.
There we have Cristobal Tobar just warming up for this next semi-final coming up, and he'll be getting in the zone, getting ready to take on Stephen Godoy, his fellow Chilean, his good mate from home. They've competed together a lot. If you guys are just tuning in, these boys just put on a show in the quarters, and we'll be running that semi in 7 minutes. They'll be in the water starting off. Alex Montes is looking for a 6.76.
And there he goes.
Taking off, yeah. Scooping around. Let's see what he can do from the drone view. Gets a flip and bogs the landing. Unfortunately, it looked like he landed flat, but must have caught a rail as he tried to spin that around.
Yeah, that was looking pretty clean from the drone vision, but he ended up getting caught that unexpectedly. So let's check this from the front view. Just a bit under the lip there. Managed to land upon that board, but kind of bogging the rail and not being able to complete that rotation to get that 6.76 that he was looking for. So very tight scores. 12.75 for Unax, 11.75 for Alexander. Still needing the same thing, but Unas is coming with the priority right now, and it might become a tool for the Basque guy against the Canarian with only 6 minutes remaining, as we are just getting to the final stages of this first semifinal.
As in local news, just giving Arturo a little interview there down on the beach. It's cool that everyone's pretty stoked that this bodyboarding event is on once again in town. It's on the front cover of the newspaper nearly every morning, I swear. A few mornings we've gone down to breakfast, they always have newspapers here. And
El Mercurio de Antofagasta, en verdad, que es uno de nuestros media partners. Entonces, a ver si vienen esos chicos ahora. Alexander en esta ola, parece que no va. Entonces, gracias a Escondida BHP y SQM Yodo Nutrición Vegetal por presentarlos este evento, producido por Club Budeo y auspiciado por Colbún, R&R Mining, Antofagasta Minerals y colaborado también por la IBC, la Federación Chilena de Bodyboard, Armada de Chile, MOP Antofagasta, Seremia de Salud de Antofagasta, CMDR de la Municipalidad de Antofagasta, la Dirección de Desarrollo de Turismo de la Municipalidad de Antofagasta, gracias también a Fundación Mr. Barber, Grupo IG Carpas, a los hoteles NH e Ibis Styles por nos recibirem também aqui em Antofagasta, assim como a todo o staff deste evento, Café Trocadero e Independent Bodyboards. E conforme ustedes miran Steven Godoy a preparar-se para ir al agua una vez más hoy para su semifinal. Agradecemos también a nuestros media partners, El Mercurio de Antofagasta, CNC Medios, FM7, 100% puro surf de Surf Beats Radio, Antofa Despierta y también a termómetro.cl.
Look, up and riding Alex Montes. What can he do here? Heaps of speed coming through a difficult section. And I don't know if he was in two minds whether to go for the barrel or the section, but right behind him, Unas Pascual.
Viene la respuesta de Unas, pasa por una buena sesión con bastante velocidad, hace un rolo cortando el labio de la ola. Unas viene buscando lograr un score mejor que 4.75, parecía una buena ola con bastante velocidad, hizo un bottom muy bueno, un poco atrasado para atirarse al labio de la ola, pero vamos a ver una vez más.
Mira la línea ahí, muy linda. Buscó la sección un poco tarde, pero completó limpiamente. Y mira su cara ahí, está feliz. Unas Pascual. Eso fue un 6.75. Mejoró su total.
Finally, Unas Pascual just being accurate in this heat, guys. He got an 8-point ride after waiting 16 minutes into this one. Very cold guy, very patient, because this is not for anyone, you know, especially for the pro junior man. When we talk about that, Joe, you know, waiting 16 minutes into a heat, that's you got to be very strong. You know, you got to have a very stable mindset to be there just sitting for that long. He got an 8-point ride. After a few minutes, he found that backup score that he was needing, 4.75, and now finally increased that score, improving his situation with a 6.75, and now Alexander needs a 8.75. Joey, now the situation has become very hard for the Canarian.
Yeah, so difficult there, and Unas just showing absolute dominance, amazing patience. 30-minute heats. He's only caught 3 waves, hasn't let a single wave go to waste. An 8, a 4.75, and then he went and betted that 4.75 with a 6.75. Alex Montes, 8.75 in the last 2 minutes, in a very similar position to what Pirpo was in just a few heats ago. And Unas Pascual is just representing the País Vasco and his home of that Zumaya area really, really well. And I'm sure everyone tuning in from there is stoked. And
John as well.
Yeah, shout out there to John Lopez.
Super proud right now by also the nice grassroots work that he has been doing with the Spanish guys back in Europe as well. So yeah, John, the work is paying off. Unas just doing exactly what he needed in this heat. It wasn't it is not a easy one. You know, he's facing the leader of the tour right now, Alexander Montes, a very strong guy that has been finding many podiums in this season already. But Unas just managed to be so aggressive, so patient, so cold in this heat, and just found the 3 waves that were able to take him to the first position with a 14.75 total, and leave Alexander needing an excellent score with less than 1 minute remaining right now.
Yeah, I think it's very safe to say that he's in basically a winning position here. Although there is looking like to be a set, so I'm not going to call anything just yet. 8.75 he's looking for. Let's see if one of these lumps can do anything. It's really hard to gauge the size from the drone, but it does look like a nice little bit of swell coming in. But judging by Alexander Montes' lack of movement, he might not be going this. Unas is under priority. Having a look at this one, but no, Alex does decide to go.
Could he get an 8.75 on this wave? He's got to go big, Joey. He's got to go for a difficult maneuver. He actually attempted the backflip, but that's not going to be, what he needed. So a 3rd place for Alexander Montes. Entonces, un tercero lugar en el podio para Alexander Montes. También un buenísimo resultado, pero ahí está la nacionalidad del primero finalista en esta división que va a enfrentar el ganador de la próxima manga, que va a ser entre 2 chilenos, Steven Godoy y Cristóbal Tobar, una manga de locos también que viene ya después del comercial.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We just had an exciting first semi-final in the junior men, and we've got one more coming right for you. So, what are you thinking, Bago?
I'm thinking how cool it must be for Nash to win, Alexander. He said he has been surfing against him for a number of years and he has not been able to take the win. So how stoked he will be, and also, advancing here to the final. So let's go to the water and see who's going to take this next semifinal, una semifinal de chilenos, Steven Godoy contra Cristóbal Tovar. Estaba yo diciéndole a Joey que bien se debe sentir un Ash, porque dijo en la entrevista que había competido muchas veces con Alexander y que no le había podido ganar. Es lo que no estoy segura si sea siempre, pero yo le entendí que nunca le había podido ganar. Así que debe estar muy contento, ¿cómo no? Miren, hay olitas, está algo viniendo. Esta es la primera ola de esta segunda semifinal. Es Steven Godoy, que está asegurando rápido con ese rolo, que no sé si va a ser considerado como concretado. Que vienen saliendo los chicos, un Ash excesivamente feliz, pero siempre tranquilo, ¿no? Como que manteniendo la calma.
Sí, siempre tiene una onda así, ¿no? Como tranquilo, controlado todo.
Muy maduro.
Sí.
Ellos en general son muy maduros todos. Bueno, tiene que ser así. Una vez Tanner me lo dijo. Yo le dije, ganó, me acuerdo, en Arica. Ganó el evento de Arica Junior. Y yo le decía, wow, tú no estás Tanner McDaniel.
Ah, sí.
Y me dijo, y estaba tranquilo así para la entrevista, así bien calmado. Y yo le digo, oye, pero no estás feliz así, como, no sé, no. Me dice, sí, estoy feliz. Y le decía, ya, pero no estás más emocionado así. Y me decía, o sea, sí, pero solamente gané una etapa. No soy campeón mundial. Y yo quedé, ¿qué? Ah, ya.
Tiene metas.
Sí, dijo, esto es solo una etapa, y una vez Ian Campbell me lo dijo, hay que racionar la emoción.
Sí, interesante.
Sí, yo nunca lo había pensado, es que nosotros los latinos, tú sabes cómo somos.
Sí, sí.
Te gané un hit, ya me pongo a llorar. Yo siempre lo he dicho, yo nunca he ganado un hit en los mundiales, siempre he pasado segunda. Vamos a ver, esta es la primera de Cristóbal Tovar, un 5.50. La primera de Steven fue 5.75, así que Cristóbal con este combo no logra sobrepasar a Steven, pero está cerquita, necesita un 0.26 de score de respaldo. Son 30 minutos.
Eso fue la primera de Steven Godoy, y mira aquí, es no 360, pero un rolo más crítico, poco más grande que la de Cristóbal, y por eso le dan un 5.75.
Eso es. Bueno, bonito intercambio. Esto está recién empezando. Conéctense con nosotros a través de ese código QR. Solamente lo tienen que escanear. Así que está muy facilito. Ahí pueden conseguir toda la información. Ya se lo saben. Si son personas que sintonizan frecuentemente la IBC World Tour, saben que ese código está ahí. Siempre lo ponemos sobre todo para las nuevas personas que están llegando.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we're throwing a bunch of Spanish here. Because, we have a full, Chilean semifinal here. But if you need any updates, we're more than happy. Joey here or myself can definitely throw the updates.
Yeah, for sure. And if you guys haven't yet, scan that QR code there on your screen. It'll take you to all the links you need, Instagram, YouTube, website. The website has the live scores. Up and riding, though. Nice takeoff roll there for Steven Godoy. Both hands on the nose there to kind of generate a bit of speed through that fat section, and just deciding to kick off at the end there. Won't be much. Will be a little score, though, because he did complete that roll, and he'll be getting back out there. Look at this from the land view.
Yeah, he was, he didn't want to bottom turn too much on that one, and just completed a roll. As a backup score, it's a 3.75. 3.75, bastante inteligente de parte de Steven, porque necesitaba combinar para poder estar primero. Vamos a ir a la entrevista mientras vienen más olas de estos chicos, y ya volvemos con mucho más de esta segunda semifinal. O a ver, un segundo. A ver, disculpa, Lucas, ya sé que estás listo. Es que Cristóbal puede que tome esta ola, que se ve muy buena. Parece que sí. A ver, esta es la ola de respaldo de Cristóbal Tovar. Buen rolo. También bien inteligente de no haber hecho mucho bottom. Y trata de combinar con un giro. Bueno, vamos a esperar. Ahora sí podemos ir a la entrevista después de este replay.
Yeah, so just big roll there. One section, one hit wonder, and he lands that pretty cleanly, ducking out. He probably shouldn't have tried that spin in the whitewash because he didn't complete it. And yeah, but still got the score for the roll. But yeah, down with you now, Lucas.
Thanks, Joey. I'm here with Unas. Unas, just 3 waves surfed in this heat. You waited for more than 16 minutes to find that 8-point ride. How was it out there? Was it too stressful?
Sí, he esperado mucho la primera ola. No venía ninguna serie, ya han pasado más de la mitad de la manga. Y por suerte me cuadró ese 8 puntos, pero ya me estaba poniendo nervioso. Pero bueno, muy bien, muy a gusto.
He said he was just waiting for a good wave. It took very long, actually. That got him very stressed out. But he found that 8-point ride. That was the good one, enough for him to change the situation of the heat completely. Now, talking about Alexander, you already went into heats with him in the European, in La Salle, in Fronton, and now for the first time, beating the guy, the leader of this junior division, and getting your spot in the final. How does that feel?
Sí, he tenido más de una manga con él. Esta es la primera vez que le gano y muy contento. Es un competidor muy fuerte, pero muy bien.
He's saying that Alexander is indeed a very strong competitor. He's finally super happy of reaching this goal and beating the guy after 3 attempts. So, well deserved. Do you have any words for people back in home?
Sí, quería agradecer una vez más a todos mis patrocinadores, a mi padre, a mi madre y a John López, mi entrenador, y a todos mis amigos allí en el País Vasco.
Felicitaciones, Unax. We will have this guy in the final. So, back to you.
It's Gary, Gasco, Lucas, and Unash. And yeah, what a nice little interview from him there.
En Sorionactu, Unash.
What does that mean?
Felicitaciones.
Yeah, I said thank you.
That's right.
See?
You're correct.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're not. No, the Euskera, it's a pretty cool language. It's very unique. There's nothing like it.
It is. It's one of the oldest languages in the world that's still just spoken.
Some say it's the first. Okay, Steven Godoy, nada. Algunos dicen que el euskera es el primer idioma. La verdad que no lo sé, no soy experta en eso, pero sí, un idioma bien particular, bien difícil para las personas, la mayoría de la gente en realidad. Muchas consonantes, ¿no? Entonces como que uno está acostumbrado a otro tipo de formato, pero a mí me llama mucho la atención. Mi nombre es vasco.
¿En serio?
Sí.
Begoña.
Es la patrona de Vizcaya. Sí, yo me llamo María Begoña.
Bueno.
Más vasco imposible. Y tú vas allá y hay begoñas, pero por todos lados. En España hay muchas begoñas. Bueno, felicitaciones entonces a Unash por avanzar y por supuesto a Alexander, porque bueno, Alexander se queda con un tercer lugar, que son puntos buenos también, son puntos importantes para su campaña para convertirse en campeón mundial. Así que, a ver, esta ola para Cristóbal Tobar, Cristóbal que también viene fuerte, mira, viene sonriéndose, levanta la patita para buscar más velocidad, o sea, sí, para buscar velocidad y usarla después para la proyección. A ver si con esa ola logra conseguir algo más. Cristóbal que está primero con 5.50 y 4.75.
Yeah, getting this. Look at this, taking off here. He really regulates his speed a lot here. Look, pushing forward, then slowing off, then pushing forward again for the speed for this final section. Getting the roll, landing it cleanly, and again going for a whitewash spin and not completing it. Which I don't know what to think of that. I was chatting to some of the judges the other day. I was like, what do you guys think of whitewash spins? And they're like, well, it is a maneuver. Hey, there's the Chilean team supporting both the boys in the water at the moment. They're all from the same region. And I'll get back to that thought in a second because we have Stephen Godoy paddling. Really nice paddle into that one. He did well. Regulating his speed as well. Leaning into that and getting an ARS. Let's see if he can turn this thing around. He hit the flats with a good flat bottom board, but wasn't able to turn it around. Must have got a tail caught or something. Difficult section. Really difficult getting little flips in such small conditions. But yeah.
Yeah, it's it's what it is. I have to quote, and I will quote all the time, Pierre-Louis Coste saying that he has trained all his life for difficult conditions for World Tour events because he knows at some point someone was gonna get it. it's normal. You can't control Mother Nature, so... Última aquí de Cristóbal Tobar, ya volvemos a esa idea porque esta de aquí, que estamos esperando esa nota, probablemente le va a dar un poco más de lo que ya tiene y lo va a dejar un poco más cómodo en la primera posición. Y tú fíjate esto, Cristóbal ha enfrentado muchísimas veces a Steven, que es lo que nos dijo en la entrevista, y Unash se había enfrentado muchísimas veces a Alexander. Unash nunca le había ganado a Alexander y le ganó aquí. Y no estoy segura si Cristóbal nunca le ha ganado a Steven, eso sí no me lo sé, pero sé que Steven es un competidor súper difícil, debe haberle dado bastante batalla. Así que sería interesante ver si Cristóbal puede lograr algo como lo de Unash y llegar a la gran final. Definitivamente va a ser su mejor resultado. Cristóbal nunca había tenido un podium en el Tour Mundial y la última ola es de 5.40. Ahora Steven necesita un 5.15. 5.15 es súper peligroso porque Steven tiene muchas capacidades para lograrlo.
Sí, fácilmente puede hacerlo. Los dos son con mucho talento ahí. Y sí, Vega was just saying that that was the first time Unash has beaten Alexander Montes in a matchup, and he really did so at a pretty critical moment in their careers here in a semi-final on the World Tour. And we don't think that Cristobal has ever beaten Steven Godoy either. I think Steven's just got a little bit more age than Cristobal, and so it'll be really cool to see if Cristobal can take this one out or if Steven can hold it there, because both coming out of the same area. I'm sure they've grown up free surfing together, grown up competing together, and there'll be a long rivalry, and so pretty special to have both Spanish guys in one semi, both Chileans in the other, because we're going to get a Spanish-Chilean final, and two Chileans and two Spanish guys on the podium. So really just showing where the talent's coming out of at the moment, managing to eliminate the Peruvian and Brazilian representatives in the rounds before.
Yeah, who would have known, probably some people would put their money on Pirpo, given the fact that he is the defending champion of this event and the World Tour defending champion 2023. So, and also Guy Montenegro super strong, and the rest of the Brazilian crew super strong as well. But it all came down to a Spanish and a Chilean. Regardless of who wins here, will be a Spanish and Chilean final. So that's going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool to watch. Están recién llegando. Estamos en la segunda semifinal de la categoría junior. Al parecer, voy a doble confirmar. Vamos a hacer la semifinal de Dropknee. Nos lo acaban de confirmar. Hay comunicación oficial, official word, people. We are running the semifinal for the Dropknee Division 2 semifinals now after this 30 minutes.
Wow, that is going to be insane. More action today, more DK heats, and we're going to hopefully find out the two finalists who will be jumping in the water over the next few days, either tomorrow or Sunday. Sunday is the official last day we have in this waiting period, and it's going to be up to the technical team whether they choose to run it tomorrow or Sunday to get that final day completed. But it's a really, really tricky decision to make because of how small the waves are.
That's right. Well, good call there to run the semifinals of the Dropknee Division after this. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I mean, there's some waves, and this has been decided by the riders. Don't forget that the riders, they have a word. So if they decided that, because they want it. So, vamos a continuar después de aquí con las semifinales de la categoría Dropknee. Ya se informó, fue una decisión de los jueces y de los riders, entonces vamos a avanzar con Dropknee. Después de esto va a ser Fabián Tazar y Dave Obert. Vamos a ver esta ola de Cristóbal. ARS para Cristóbalito, no lo logra caer. Me llega aquí un comentario de Alex Castillo, que siempre está ahí afilado con los comentarios de la gente de su área. Lindo rolo para Steven. Steven que está buscando un 5.15. A ver si le alcanza con ese último rolo. Me dice Alex que Cristóbal nunca le ha ganado a Steven tampoco.
Wow.
Sería, wow, imagínate lo que te puede dar un evento del Tour Mundial. A veces la gente saca una garra.
Firstly, we'll get through this replay here. We have Cristobal Tovar trying an ARS out of that section. He surfed this heat really well so far, not making any mistakes on any waves just yet. 5.5 and a 5.4 he's sitting on, so he wanted to better that, but couldn't do it. And then we had Stephen Godoy following him up right after, getting a roll, but not much of a bottom turn leading into the roll. He's looking for a 5.15 if he does want to take that lead away from Cristobal Tovar. And yeah, as Bago just told us, it was confirmed that Cristobal has never beaten Stephen Godoy up until this point, and currently sitting in that first place. Not a lot between them at all, so not saying anything just yet, but just letting everyone know that this could be pretty historical for Cristobal to finally beat his good friend Stephen Godoy.
Sí, bueno, sería realmente algo más para los libros de historia del bodyboard. Este evento que ya ha escrito un par de párrafos en esos libros de historia, con la chica en ganar, la persona más joven en ganar un campeonato, bueno, obviamente en la categoría junior, Luana Dorado ganó este campeonato con 14 años. Luna Harman con su segundo título y última posibilidad de ser campeona mundial junior aquí. Vamos a escribir más historia con el título de campeón mundial Dropknee. Escribimos historia para los juniors con Unash ganándole por primera vez a Alexander Montes. Y ahora vamos a ver si Cristóbal puede escribir historia también en su currículum y en los libros del bodyboard, si es que logra avanzar a la final y ganarle a Steven, que ha sido el atleta revelación, digamos, hasta en estos dos eventos que hemos tenido en Chile. Vamos a ver, él viene en esta derecha. Nada, qué raro, ¿no? Que no haya estado consiguiendo las olas.
Sí, muy, muy seca. Y al fin de esta derecha podrías ver la roca al fondo de la ola y sí, fue seca. Y quizás por eso Steven Godoy no la pegó. Y ahí tenemos el equipo chileno de la quinta, de la cuarta región, apoyando a los dos chicos en el agua que vienen de esta parte central y son un equipo legendario allí, lleno de buenos riders y mucho talento en el bodyboard.
Ok, y también otra cosa que me dice Alex es que hay algo clave, porque yo estaba diciendo que el trabajo de la región central de Chile hacia los juniors, y él dice que el trabajo viene desde la categoría sub-14, que en esa zona se potencia mucho y que bueno, que podría ser buena idea tal vez incluirla. Bueno, en el Tour Mundial una categoría sub-14 yo creo que no es muy posible, porque no tenemos tantos chicos de esa edad a nivel mundial. Y además las olas del Tour Mundial pues no siempre permiten eso, pero definitivamente concuerdo con Alex que el trabajo viene desde lo más chico, a nivel local, a nivel regional, nacional. Creo que es una excelente iniciativa. Mira, un cacho compartido, va Steven Godoy para la izquierda, va Cristóbal para la derecha. Ninguno de los dos concretó nada, ¿cierto?
No, creo que no. Y mira, ahora están batallando para esta prioridad. Mira eso, Begoña. Qué loco. Look, the two boys just paddling their hearts out to get that priority. And I think Stephen Godoy is a bit further out, perhaps going to reach that. And it's just so good to see the competitiveness between the two friends. And who do we have here getting ready? David Hubbard, 10-time Dropknee World Championship, taking on the man from Reunion Islands, Fabian Tazar. This is going to be one to stick around for as the guys just battle it out in some small conditions. But I reckon we're going to be seeing a lot of water being thrown off these shoulders of these waves, because both these guys definitely know how to rip and tear a wave apart on the knee.
Bueno, sí, vamos a tener las semifinales de Dropknee, recordando que eso ha sido una decisión de los mismos riders. Ellos también ven el reporte. Las cosas se deciden en los eventos con lo que la gente que está participando decide. No es una decisión unilateral, no es una decisión de una sola persona. es una comisión técnica que está constituida por el jefe de jueces del Tour Mundial, el representante del evento, el director técnico del evento, el representante de los riders, y así se toman las decisiones. Y los riders pueden hablar. Dave Hoover tiene 10 títulos mundiales y él decidió que quiere ir a competir. ¿Quién somos nosotros para decirle a Dave Hoover si puede o no competir o a Fabián Tazar? Ellos son los que saben, son los profesionales. Vamos a ver esta ola. Es Steven Godoy con ese rolo. A ver, está buscando un 5.15 Steven, atención.
Eso fue poderosa y con velocidad. Vamos a ver qué dicen los jueces.
Sí.
Y están todavía buscando algo. No, he's not giving up. Here we have Steven Godoy. Look at this. Generating a lot of speed and hitting that section nicely. Having to fight a little bit to come through this whitewash. Not out in front of it straight away, but it comes out nonetheless. And I think the criticalness of that wave may actually do it for him. We're going to see what the judges have to say about it. 5.15 he's looking for to see if he can take this first spot away from his mate. That they both coming up from the central region, and look at that, a 6.5. Steven has taken that first place off of Cristóbal Tovar.
Bueno, atención, porque Steven Godoy logró cambiar la situación. 6.50 con su última ola y ahora está clasificando, está avanzando para la gran final de la categoría junior. Pero Cristóbal me parece que no se da por vencido como tiene que ser. Aquí continúa, está buscando algo, a ver si logra una sección y algo grande. Va por el RS, es concretado y lo combina con un giro. Bueno, Cristóbal está buscando un 6.75 para tomar esa primera posición y ganar un poco su sueño, yo creo, de ganarle a Steven Godoy. Que sí, que me comentan que está invicto Steven, que no le ha ganado prácticamente nadie allá. Así que vamos a ver, estas instancias de los Tour Mundial te dan eso.
Wow, look at this, just straight back. He would have heard what he needed, and he just streaks along this wave, picking up all the speed and throwing an ARS down, turning it around. You see him kind of get sucked around the whitewash there and turns it into a completed maneuver, just throwing a little spin to claim that in the whitewash there. And he's now looking for a 6.75. Let's see if this was critical enough to help him change the situation around. And there's some supporters on the beach there, but up and riding, non-stop action. Another rolo from Steven Godoy.
Qué buena batalla están estos chicos, pero cada uno agarra una ola y hace algo bueno. Estamos esperando la nota de la última de Cristóbal. Esta ola de Steven también la estamos esperando. Bueno, la última de Cristóbal es un 6. No fue suficiente. Esta de aquí es el 6. Fue buena. Lo que pasa, si hubiese caído un poco más adelante, como en la parte más limpia de la ola, tal vez, y claro, al voltearlo no fue tan fluido. Por eso tal vez no recibió el puntaje que necesitaba. 6 recibió, necesitaba 6.26. Y esta última de Steven es de 5.60.
Yeah, look at that. 5.60 for this one. Not counting in his scores, but a good wave nonetheless. Bit of a powerful roll for Steven Godoy. Changing the heat around, getting into that first place with just over 5 minutes left on the clock. Cristóbal Tovar, the ball is now in your court, mate. You need to see what you can do. See if one of these waves comes. He's looking for a 6.26. So getting that 6.0 on his last wave, even though it didn't put him into that first position, it's bettered his total scores. Now he's looking to replace that 5.5, making his job slightly more achievable. And yeah, it's going to come down to the ocean. It's going to come down to Cristóbal and what he can do on a wave. He's going to hold that priority until he gets that opportunity, I'm sure.
4 minutos con 50 y se acaba este hit y ya el que avance de aquí va a tener la posibilidad de enfrentar a el vasco Unash Pascual, que ya quedó segundo en Sintra una vez, el año pasado quedó segundo. Y este hit que se viene, gente, Fabián Tazar contra Dave Hoover en la primera semifinal Dropknee que ellos mismos decidieron que querían llevar a cabo. Y deben haber visto algún potencial bueno en la ola para poder llevar a cabo esto. Yo creo que lo están haciendo porque no se sabe qué va a pasar mañana y el domingo yo creo que ya definitivamente no va a haber mucha posibilidad de correr, entonces nos está quedando solo mañana. A veces es un poco arriesgado dejar todo para un solo día. Eso también lo saben los riders, ellos son profesionales y ellos han viajado por el mundo, ¿sabes? Entonces toman esa decisión ellos. En nuestro caso, aquí en el streaming, nosotros solo comentamos, tratamos con mucho cariño y respeto de traerles un poquito de opiniones lo más, por supuesto, imparcial y objetivas posible, y información acerca de los competidores, información acerca del tour. Eso es. Un calendario muy bonito que tenemos este año. Este es el tercer evento de la pierna sudamericana. Nos vamos a ir a un evento solo de hombre, ya les vamos a mostrar. Aquí viene algo para nada, en verdad, para Cristóbal.
Usando su prioridad también. Ahora Steven tiene la primer lugar y la prioridad. Y aquí tenemos nuestro calendario del año. Mire, ahí estamos en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. El próximo evento que va a venir en junio, Itucochara Pro en Brasil. Después, los Maldivas está confirmado. Va a pasar en agosto, que va a estar muy, muy divertido. ¿Y qué más tenemos, Bego?
Tenemos el clásico Sintra Pro, este año solamente con las categorías hombre y mujer, y va del 3 de septiembre al 8, y estamos esperando la confirmación todavía, cruzamos los deditos, que tengamos la oportunidad de tener un evento del Tour Mundial por primera vez en la historia en una piscina de olas que se llama The Wave, que queda en Sao Paulo. Ojalá que pase para allá da grama. Y cerramos el año con el clásico también, Gran Canaria Fronton King, para coronar a nuestro campeón mundial hombre y junior hombre, que es esta división que está aquí. Así que en la cabeza de todos estos riders, yo que he estado comentando un poquito con ellos, conversando allá afuera, ellos todos quieren ir al frontón. La mayoría, no, o sea, está un poco dividido, no van a ir tantos a Maldivas, porque bueno, claramente los que están de este lado del mundo, pues es bastante costoso ir a Maldivas. De repente los europeos yo creo que más van a ir a Maldivas. Los latinoamericanos les va a costar un poquito más. No sé exactamente quién va, creo que Pirpo sí va, ya me lo dijo. Pero creo que se están centrando los ojos en Gran Canaria. Y atención, Steven Godoy tiene la prioridad. Va a bloquear seguro aquí a Cristóbal, vienen unas olas buenas. Ahí no sé si perdió la prioridad Steven, pudo haber sido un error, no lo sé. Los jueces saben más, parece que no. No la perdió. No remó, solamente se volteó.
Sí, puedes ver, puedes remar incluso, pero si remas con intención vas a pedir la prioridad. Y aquí tenemos Steven con esa prioridad todavía y va a remar ahora. Si no va, bueno, va. Mira esta. Con una línea, hay una sección, parece que es un tubazo cerrón.
Solo para divertirse un ratito. Bueno, último minuto, ¿podrá Cristóbal Tovar solito en el line-up, solito en el cacho? No se ven muchas olas, pero necesita un 6.26. Ahora sí tiene la prioridad y es cosa, yo creo, ya de la madre naturaleza. Aquí ya no... Bueno, lo que todos hablan, ¿no? La suerte, pero yo no creo tanto en eso. Yo creo que es más un tema de estrategia y tal.
Sí.
¿Do you believe in luck?
¿En una manga de surf?
Sí.
Sí.
¿Sí? ¿Tú crees que es suerte?
No todo, pero seguro que hay momentos que sí puedes jugar una manga completamente perfecto en términos de estrategia y quizás el mar no va a darte una ola.
Sí. Pero tal vez es como tú jugaste tus cartas durante el evento. Miren, son los últimos 5 segundos, viene una ola, está Cristóbal con la prioridad. ¿Será que alcanza a tomar esa ola? No. Ahí va a sonar el... Sonó. Bueno, una vez más Cristóbalito no le pudo ganar a Steven. Felicitaciones gigantes para Steven Godoy, este chico de 15 años recién cumplidos. Steven los cumplió acá hace 3 días y Cristóbal, que todavía tiene 14 años, mucho por recorrer todavía estos dos chicos. Ustedes no se vayan, continuamos con las semifinales de Dropknee que van a estar de infarto, así que contamos con ustedes. Welcome back, everyone. This is the ninth day, the day 9 of competition here at the 2024 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and we are starting now the semifinals for the Dropknee division, and it's going to be a very stacked heat. Who do we have?
We have Fabian Tazar coming out of Reunion Island, a big guy in the Dropknee division, and the 10 times world champion in the Dropknee stance, Dave Herbert, coming out of Kauai, Hawaii. So this is going to be a very strong heat for sure. These two guys are some of the best for sure in the division. I mean, Dave is a legend, you know, and Fabian for so many years as well on tour, just marking his name that everyone knows. And we have a final for the junior men division, guys. That's going to be between Steven Godoy and Unash Pascual. We are seeing already these two in the water, putting some pressure on each other. There comes Dave with a nice, beautiful floater there to begin with. Wow.
He said, when I asked him his favorite maneuver in Dropknee, he said that leap floater. So there you have it, just to start things off. What a way. Actually, he took a wave of 1.75 before, but oh, well, are you kidding me? I mean, that was beautiful. And people just remember that they themselves, they decided that they wanted to carry on. They decided, not us. I mean, for example, not us. We don't have anything to do with that. Us at all. I mean, we're just sitting here. We get the word that the competition will go or not. So check that out. Beautiful image of all the people from the Central Coast and from Chile, just, you know, supporting the riders. And I enjoy that one very much.
So controlled, so much flow there by Dave Herbert. That was his second wave. I believe it's going to be a big score, showing a lot of control there. And he goes for his backup, getting rid of that 175, throwing water in a first snap, trying to maintain that speed to go for one more section. Just a small snap for Dave in the second maneuver, definitely getting rid of that 1.75 and just getting 2 scores right in the beginning of this heat to put some pressure on Fabian.
That's very classic and typical of Dave. He does that, you know. He put the good scores right at the beginning of the heat, and we can't get enough of that floater. That was beautiful and definitely worth this 7 for Dave Hubbard. But you know what? Do you know who does those floaters really beautiful as well? Fabian.
Yeah.
Fabian is very good in that maneuver too, so don't take him for granted. But, you know, Dave right here being very smart to put just a little bit more under his belt, and a backup score right there is a 4.75. So, yeah, good way to start things.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Fabian to let it out. You know, we saw on the first semifinal for the juniors, we saw Unas waiting 16 minutes to get the first wave, but it was well worth it because he found an 8-point ride. So guys, it's just over on the last second. But in the meanwhile, let's go to that interview with Steven Godoy, the second finalist for this event on the junior men division, down at the beach with Joey. So over to you, Joey.
Thanks heaps, Lucas. Yeah, winner once again with Steven Godoy. Steven, fue una manga poco lenta, pero ganaste contra otro amigo de tu zona. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Estoy feliz igual por haber pasado a la final. Era lo que quería. Ahora voy a darlo todo, y mi amigo Cristóbal, feliz por él igual, que llegó a su primera final, primer podium, ya, y feliz por eso. Ahora vamos a darlo con todo nomás a la final.
Yeah, so Steven was just saying that really happy to make it to the final. That's what he wanted with this event, and he's gone and done it now. And also happy for his friend Cristobal to make it onto the podium as well. Y ahora contra Unash en el final. ¿Cómo es? ¿Qué onda con tu mente y todo por eso?
Voy concentrado nomás, a darlo todo. Ya estoy en el podium ya y quiero llevarme eso. Así que a darlo todo nomás.
Cool, yeah. Focused, concentrated, and gonna give here everything there over in the final. Felicidades. ¿Tienes otra palabra para la gente en casa?
Sí, les quiero mandar un saludo a toda mi familia, a mis amigos que están acá apoyándome y a toda la gente que me apoya de los Vilos.
Bueno, muchas gracias y suerte. Back to you guys.
Yeah, how stoked he is. Así que, well, we have a final, the first final. I mean, no, the second, because we did see Luana Dourado and Luna Harman. But we have the second final. The junior men division is going to be between Unash Pascual from the Basque country and the wonder boy from Los Vilos, which is the 4th region of Chile, Steven Godoy, who has been the best of the Chileans in the 2 junior events that we have had here. So a name to remember, Steven Godoy.
Yeah, for sure, Bago. He's putting his name in the history books of bodyboarding. You know, at the age of 14, getting a good result in Iquique, and now 15 here in Antofagasta. Since I believe 3 or 2 days ago was Steven's birthday. So yeah, good birthday gift going to the final on the. I believe it's his first final on the world tour, right? As well.
Yes, it is.
Let's
One
see.
more of those for Dave, just looking sharp and, of course, connected with Cúpula. He told me this. We have to double confirm, he said himself, but I think it's accurate. He have never lose a hit here in Cúpula. So perfect performance.
Crazy. Just one floater in the first section, and you guys can see how much he absorbs those bounces to keep a good line and execute this last turn. Dave with a flawless performance in this wave, just trying to increase that 475, which is his backup score right now. And on the other side, with 8 minutes into this heat, Fabian Tazar didn't get any wave. This is getting anxious for us, Bago, because Fabian, we know how good of a rider he is. And with this amount of weight, I believe he's looking for a really good one, and he's going to go big for sure, because he knows he has to go through this heat against Dave, because it's going to be a very tough one.
You know, this is only sending the message to the world that, you know, it's good that you are, the pro riders, all of them are capable of surfing all kinds of conditions and, you know, just to squeeze the best out of them. In the case of Dave, you see the heat, these are 30-minute heats, and the heat had less than 5 minutes, and he put 8-7, you know. And it's not just because it's Dave, you know, it's because you have to develop those skills, you know. Maybe you waste too much time complaining that the conditions are not what you want, instead of trying to cope with it, you know, and trying to learn how to surf all kinds of conditions, because this is what the World Tour is about. And I do understand you people. Wait a second, so he's unstoppable. See how he prone for a little bit just to, you know, generate that speed. He's not leaving anything to Fabian.
Wow.
Cool and calm, Fabian Tazar still waiting 10 minutes. And he hasn't even taken a wave. But yeah, I would say that, you know, there's ways and ways. If you don't like to surf all kinds of conditions, which I understand perfectly, it's okay for you to be a free surfer. All right, so a wave here for Fabian.
There goes Fabian, his first attempt, kind of bottom turning, but losing a little bit of balance in the first maneuver, but just managing to do one more turn to get some scores out of that wave. Fabian has been sitting for quite a long time here and actually not finding that real good wave. So let's take one more look at this one. Fabian just driving through that first section, and then over here he kind of hits a bump there and loses a bit of his balance, and then just rebalancing for one more turn in the last part, combining with the 360 as well. Bagel 4.5 for the reunion.
Yeah, getting out of the combo land with that, which is good for him. Needing right now an 8.75 with a lot of time. You know, the 19 minutes. And yeah, 30 minutes is accurate. I think it's perfect that they have that amount of time. Remember, there is no limit of waves. So no wave limit. They can take as many waves as they want, and they have 30 minutes. So there you have Pierre, Olivier, Sigi, Clement, and Xavier supporting his friend Fabian. Everybody loves Fabian. Fabian is such a nice guy.
Yeah, he's such a nice guy, lovely guy. Just speaks all of the languages, you know. He can talk to everyone, and he's such a calm guy, always so thankful, so humble as well. You know, very peaceful one. And yeah, French Boogie crew just getting together. Actually, Tristan, Pam also joining Brahim. And yeah, now that's the second wave for Fabian Tazar, needing 8.75. Nice sharp turn, combining with the reverse, throwing a lot of water on this one. I believe it's going to be a better wave than his first one of the heat, Bego.
Yep, just start the engine right there. So yeah, definitely he was looking sharp on this one. Comes for a very good snap to reverse. It's been, you know, the most we have seen snaps to reverse. All right, straight answer from Dave Hubbard. So is Dave Hubbard getting something bigger than the 6.25? It could be. But also, Fabian is also getting a bigger score than what he's holding right now. He has a 4.5.
Yeah, it's coming out a better score, I believe, for Fabian. But on the other side, Bego, we are seeing the Hawaiian. Let's take a look once more at this replay.
Yeah, no, he was very strong. And right there, he decided to just go for the reverse. He snapped first and said, I have the strength and the power to continue with the reverse. But right here, check how he actually used all his strength to, you know, slash that section. Very good one for Dave, and I think he's getting a bigger score.
He completely destroyed the wave battle.
Yeah.
He completely destroyed, showing so much balance for that hit, that one punch in that wave. But back and forth action, Fabian Tazar coming on this one, looking at the lip, throwing a lot of water as well. The wave loses a bit of energy, but he manages to go for one more sharp turn. Good exchange between those two. Dave is actually a few steps ahead of Fabian. He already managed to get some good scores in the beginning of the heat, but let's see this once more.
Yeah, definitely he will be changing the 4.5. His last one was a 6. And he is needing to change because Dave got a 7.50. And yeah, double turns, I mean 2 turns in that one. And yes, I believe he's going to be ditching the 4.5, but still looking for a 8.50 to take the lead and the possibility to make it to the great final. We'll see how that unfolds. But yeah, Dave, he has a 7.5 and a 7. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I'm seeing a couple numbers being dropped there. I think it's coming around the 6.5 maybe for Fabian. That's definitely, yeah, it's actually a 7.30. So he does increase his total and reduce his need. Right now he's looking for a 7.21. Thinking that he just did a 7.30, it's possible for him.
Yeah, Bago, I think that finally Fabian is getting in tune with the waves, but let's see this guy. So much control and balance, and then destroying completely, smashing this section and getting that 7.5, so aggressive.
And this one here, it was a very complete move, I believe, wave, 2 moves. And that's why he got his higher score. And, you know, just both of them throwing buckets of water. Maybe the one from Dave, I mean, and definitely got a bit more of score because it was one single very powerful maneuver. But here, a Maori getting ready to face no one else than Sammy Moratino. You know, it's good, which is a very strong competitor and a very determined one that he really wants to take that win. So we'll see how that unfolds. But yeah, semifinals for the Dropknee division, or semifinals. Some people say semi, some people say semi, and I believe all of them are accurate. We'll see this one, a floater. I told you he was gonna go for that. Maybe not as critical as Dave, but yeah, completed with one more maneuver. So
wow, back and forth action.
Yeah.
Bago, just so tight, so disputed by these two guys. I mean, Dave is coming out in the front position here, but everyone knows how good Fabian is. And, you know, in the survey that we did, he actually said that his biggest dream is becoming the DK World Champ. And we know how much these guys are going for this one title decision. So check out this floater with a lot of control, grabbing that rail. The guy from Reunion just realigning for one more section, getting hit by that lip, but just rebalancing to do one more turn in the end of that wave. Not sure if that's going to be a bigger score than his 6-point ride, but a good performance, a good display of action by Fabian Tazar. Right after Dave Hubert looking for a 7.21, and I believe we're going to see very high scores, as we are just seeing, very good ones, but I would say maybe Dave going for a barrel or something like that if the waves provide, because thankfully we're having these semifinals, I think, Bago. You know, we are seeing glassy conditions here despite being small waves. I think for the Dropknee division, this is a very good type of condition. You know, clean conditions, I would say, is the more important. You know, glassy waves, which are a good stage for the Dropknees.
Bueno, vamos a dar una actualización en español, quick update in Spanish, people. Hemos estado haciendo full inglés porque tenemos realmente estas mangas son multinacionales y la mayoría de la gente que puede estar apoyando pues entiende más inglés, pero por supuesto para toda la comunidad de habla hispana vamos a estar haciendo actualizaciones en español y sobre todo si necesitan algo cada cierto tiempo vamos a ir mirando el chat y podemos actualizarlos. Estamos en la semifinal de Dropknee, en la primera, que es entre Dave Hubert y el reunioné Fabián Tazar, que siempre nos ha dicho que su sueño es convertirse en campeón mundial, y la segunda va a ser entre este caballero que tiene 4 títulos de campeón mundial de Dropknee y a Mauri Laverne, que todavía no tiene ningún título en Dropknee, sino que tiene 2 en Pron, que es acostado, y además lleva un tiempo buscando brillar en la categoría de Dropknee. Ha brillado en realidad, ha tenido podiums, el año pasado estuvo bastante cerca y este año tiene posibilidades porque está ya en el podium, así que bueno, obviamente vamos a ver esos rankings de este evento de esta categoría para que ustedes vean cómo quedaron o el seeding de Dropknee, para que ustedes vean cómo quedaron ellos. Como este es el único evento, pues así está el seeding. Dave Hubert en primero, Sammy Morretino segundo, Amaury tercero, Fabián cuarto, y mira cómo eso te da la pauta.
Just repeating the same
Sí.
4 first ones, right?
We have the same people right there. But this is the seeding for this event. Remember, this is a mix between the rankings and the previous seedings and the seeding for the single event. And one thing that this division is going to have that the other divisions doesn't have and won't have, it's the podium final. The podium final, it's where whoever ends in the semifinals third will have to battle for the third and fourth position.
Yeah, so whoever ends in second on the semifinal,
Exactly.
It's not a third actually, as we
Exactly.
usually say. No, the regular framework and structure for the IBC is that whoever loses in the semifinal has a third,
An equal third, yeah.
an equal third, and in this case, it won't be decided in the semifinal. So the first ones will advance to the finals, and then the 2 guys that lost in the semifinals will go for one more heat to get out of that draw, let's put it this way, situation, and decide for third and fourth position. That's a new thing here for the Antofagasta event, and we will have that heat to decide this. But
This
coming
has actually, I'm sorry,
yeah.
finish. Sorry, I'm reading
No,
about you.
that's I wasn't gonna finish that. That's fine.
Just remember that this structure has been spoken with the riders, and they decided that kind of structure. They want to surf again. I know for a fact there is a lot of riders that doesn't like the podium final because it's tiring, Or it used to be called consolation final. It used to be in place on previous tours, but it was tiring for them. You came out of losing in the semis. So let's see this one for Dave. Oh, weird. I don't know how many times I have seen Dave, getting stuck on the very takeoff. But yeah.
I think he's just pushing it, Bago, knowing that there are no limits of waves. He already got a 7 and a 7.5, so he's definitely just gonna go big and push and do everything. I mean, we know Dave is capable of. And these are the guys from the Reunion Island. We will have one more Reunion Islander. Actually, this title is going to be either going to a Hawaiian or to a Reunion Islander. That's the second semifinal, guys. Semi Morentino, 4 times world champion in this division, and Amaury Laverne, a machine in both prone and drop knee stance. This is going to be an amazing heat as well. Just right next in about 8 to 9 minutes from now. With a good condition here in La Cupola. We started the day actually today with not as much hope, I would say, that as we are having right now. But the conditions surprisingly improved. So let's see this one more wave for Dave Hubbard. Just nice turn, very strong, powerful maneuver, and another one. Not very good wave, I would say, for Dave. Don't believe he's going to be changing that 7-point ride, but it was one more active attempt for him.
Yeah, nice slash there. Just a double snapping, of course, Dave Hubbard. But yeah, all right, so it looks like our technical director, he heard that we were explaining the podium final, because it was there. And he sent me a message just now that the riders decided that they don't want the podium final.
Okay.
All right, so they are the ones that know. So we are not going to have the podium final. What we're going to do to define the third and fourth is that the person that have more points out of the 2 people that end in this specific moment, meaning whoever it's not advancing to the final, they're going to check who made more points, and that person will keep the 3rd position and the other the 4th. So they're not surfing again.
Okay.
Which
they decided.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that it's in the athlete's hands. And like I mentioned before, most of people don't really want to go back to the water after losing, you see.
Yeah.
Like, you coming with frustration. You were one step closer to the final, you see. So you don't want to surf again.
And I think it's good to let people know this, Bego, so they can understand as well that the riders are a part of this decision. It's basically a council, right? The technical director gets together with the athlete representatives, which are just a bridge, between all the athletes. In this case, it's Amaury Laverne for the men division and junior men as well. You guys can see just a little seal coming up to say good morning to everyone in the live stream. But yeah, the technical director gets together with the athletes to come up with these decisions of these types of structure changes in the comp, with also the decisions of going into the water in a certain day or not. So just so you guys understand as well that the riders have a voice and that they are also part of these decisions.
Okay, some people here, some it looks like they're from the same school, university maybe. Yeah, pretty cool. All right, so if you're just getting here, it's a final word that we are finishing the day with the next semifinal for the Dropknee division. That will be it for today. Follow us on the social media and the official channel so you can get the information from the first hand. Sometimes, people post things that are wrong, so it's best for you to follow us and subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's not too hard, and you help the event grow and the tour grow, and you help these people career, which is the most important thing. Help bodyboarders and because there's so many young people with dreams, and they are only thinking of becoming champs and have a healthy life and a life dedicated to the sport and do what they love. So I think it's worth it. There's a lot of illusion, and I'm seeing hope in the tour and in the young people. So all right, I'm already jumping there to get ready for his heat, as well as Sammy. So the next one is going to be another stacked heat. Thinking that Amaury left Manuel Cepeda in combo in the previous, yesterday.
These are some of those heats, Pego, that we completely have, no idea what can happen, right? These are the riders that can impress us and surprise us in so many ways. So it's good. That's, I think, the emotion that people are looking when watching the World Tour, the show of really not happening what's gonna happen, really not knowing what's gonna happen next, and just being surprised and overwhelmed by the performance of these guys. Just like Dave is doing in this heat, a very stacked one after Fabian actually managed to get some waves and get closer to Dave, but he's still waiting there for quite a while now, holding that priority. And we say it is a tough situation for Fabian, but guys, this guy can change the situation all of a sudden. I mean, it's just a matter of one wave, and these guys can find those 8, 9, 10-point rides, as we already saw in these competitions.
For sure.
So it's just let's just wait on that. A bit of a slow moment, but stick with us, because this heat is almost getting over. We are just about to know who's going to be the first finalist for the Dropknee division, and then we will have one more amazing heat between the machine, Amaury Laverne, and the other machine, Sammy Morantino. There come Dave.
Dave hovered, in 2 minutes and 20 seconds, going for one more floater that, he's actually getting some airtime when it's performing those. Check it out right here. See? It's a little bit of an aerial
That
floater.
drop is a pretty tough one. But
Yeah.
I think grabbing the rail really helps the rider stabilize there. But yeah, it's a pretty tough landing since there are no fins. You're using fin as well to stay on the board. So that's a pretty tough one. Dave just getting a 575 on that last wave, not making a change at all for the Hawaiian. But Fabian on the other side is just trying to position himself. Look like there's some lines coming over. Maybe a good set for the Reunionet to go for one less shot, needing 7.21. Not an easy task, but I would say very accomplishable for Fabian Tazar.
Bueno, actualización en español para quienes están recién sintonizando o están aquí acompañándonos. Este es la semifinal número 1 de Dropknee, que a 1 minuto va Dave Fuera ganando. Fabián ha dado la pelea, le falta 7.21. Vamos a hacer una semifinal más de Dropknee y vamos a terminar el día. Síganos en las redes sociales oficiales, en los canales oficiales de la IBC World Tour, para que las noticias las tengan del canal oficial y no de otras personas o instituciones que tal vez pueden confundirse. Las cosas oficiales salen directo desde la IBC. Y gracias a todos por acompañarnos, pero muy especial gracias a todos nuestros patrocinadores, recordando que este evento es presentado por Escondida BHP y SQM Yodo Nutrición Vegetal y está organizado por el Club Budeo, auspiciado por Colboom, por R&R Mining y por Antofagasta Minerals.
Y también tenemos muchos colaboradores, la IBC, Federación Chilena de Bodyboard, Independent Bodyboards, Café Trocadero, Hotel Ibis Styles, Hotel NH, Grupo IG Carpas, Fundación Mr. Barber, Dirección de Desarrollo de Turismo Municipalidad de Antofagasta y ahora acabó esta manga, Bego.
Sportsmanship overall. Of course, Fabian congratulates the 10 times Dropknee World Champion, who is going to have another final and another chance to become and break his own record. We'll see if that happens. Let's see what happened actually in the next heat. So don't go anywhere.
Antofagasta se prepara para el futuro. Impulsamos una minería más diversa e inclusiva. Promovemos la cultura y el patrimonio. Aceleramos el emprendimiento local. Inspiramos y acercamos más niños a la ciencia. Y nos capacitamos para los trabajos del mañana. Porque creer en el talento local es futuro. Conoce lo que hacemos juntos por Antofagasta en bhp.com.
El futuro lo construimos hoy. Innovamos y desarrollamos soluciones para un mundo sostenible, poniendo en el centro el bienestar de las personas, la creación de valor social compartido, el respeto por el medio ambiente, el fomento de la diversidad y el progreso de las comunidades vecinas son inherentes a nuestro quehacer en la generación de valor a través de un genuino compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Desde el norte de Chile, aportamos al desarrollo sostenible de la industria. SQM, soluciones para el desarrollo humano.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 9th day of competition here in the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival, and we finally reached that last heat of the day, the second semifinal for the Dropknee division. We already have one finalist, that's Dave Hubbard, and let's jump in the water right now to see this battle between Sammy Morentino and Amaury Laverne.
This is going to be another really, really exciting heat, and it looks like Sammy's already kicked things off. Let's run through this replay here, building some speed, drawing a line, and then just laying some rail there, coming down and landing that cleanly.
Just knifing that section. And there's also Amaury Laverne just trying to correct that drop knee stance, a bit of his feet under, out of the board, but throwing some water anyhow and just getting that first step done just as Sammy is doing.
So Sammy also went one on the right here, really busy with a nice little backhand snap and then just hopping off the wave there, not offering him much more. But yeah, keeping busy there is the competitors from the last heat. Dave Hubbard taking it out, going to the final and getting a shot at another DK World Championship.
That's our first finalist for this division, guys. This is actually the third final that we are setting here. The junior women division has been decided, was Luana Dourado taking over Luna Hardman for the winning of this event, although Luna in the super heat managed to get that world title. In the junior men division, we have Steven Godoy as well on the final. And here in the drop knee division, we already have David Hubbard on the as a first finalist, and we will just find out the second one after 26 minutes.
So yeah, 2 reunion versus Hawaii semi-finals, which is really funny to see that matchup happen twice over, both the semis. Sammy coming out of Kauai and Amaury originally from Reunion Islands, now living in the Canary Islands. Going to be a good battle, and it was interesting having a little chat yesterday with Dave about DK and the islands. It seems that all the DK talent is coming out of places like Reunion, Hawaii, Galapagos. Like a lot of the islands are really include drop knee in the culture there, and of course there's a lot of drop knee skill coming out of the continents, but as we see here, it's just these island countries that are leading the charge here in this event.
Yeah, I believe these places have a very old culture of drop knee, you know, just like what Kellen Yamasaki was saying here yesterday when he came to the booth for two heats commentating with us, and Kellen was letting us know a bit of the culture there. You know, it's just a regular thing for them. Just you know, I remember he was saying in the first times he would go in the water, so many uncles telling him, you know, just go on the knee, just go on the knee. And yeah, so nice to see. It's a part of their culture. You know, they just grow up like that. And you know, conversating also with the guys coming out of Reunion Island, you can see how the drop knee stance is also a very cultural thing there. So that reflects, of course, in this case here, guys, where we have 2 Hawaiians and 2 Reunionists on these semifinals. Now it's Amaury Laverne getting in front of Sammy there to get in position for this wave, just slashing a lot of water. Very strong maneuver, connecting one reverse and just pumping it up to get one more maneuver as the wave just loses all of its energy. What a beautiful first maneuver for Amaury.
Yeah, it was good, pretty critical there on a set wave. Looked like a really nice wave for the knee there, coming in a bit bigger. And here's this replay. You see him just setting up a line here and coming up and just dropping that tail in, throwing some spray, sliding a little bit as well, which we love to see. Then a little spin there, coming around to this section and kicking off. So that'll be a good score coming in, 7.0 for Amaury Laverne. He's only looking for a 5.51 at that point, so he'll be jumping into the lead, leaving Sammy needing a 6.01.
Wow, that was a good wave for Amaz, just getting the highest score off the heat. We are seeing Semi waiting a little bit more right now on the outside. I was actually thinking that Semi would be, trying to stay very busy and active in this heat, which he actually started doing. But now we are seeing him just waiting and looking for a better score to keep up with that one from Moss. But in the meantime, we have that interview with Dave Herbert, the first finalist of this division. Over to you, Bago.
Thank you so much, guys, for Dave. One more final, one more chance to break your own record and maybe get that 11th title. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, so stoked to have a great battle with Fabian. He's been surfing great this whole event, so I knew that wasn't going to be easy. And yeah, super thrilled to make it and still have a shot at that goal.
About the conditions, because a lot of people was wondering why you guys surfed, and we were saying that you actually decided that, so it was a consensus between you, the riders, and the technical team?
Exactly. We all showed up for the check-in really early this morning, and the waves were not looking that good, and it's been looking better and better all throughout pretty much all the juniors heats, and we were just getting excited. We were chomping at the bit, and when we all agreed, there was a couple waves that I was thinking, man, those would have been so good to Dropknee, and we all agreed, and we wanted to go, and so we got out there. It was a lot of fun.
How was that, starting things with your favorite move, that leap floater?
Exactly. Since it's so high tide, we're like on the peak of the tide, you could catch it from a bit deeper, and sometimes it'll break in front of you, but it'll still give you enough speed to come and get onto the lip and pull a nice floater. And yeah, stoked to start with that. And when I started somewhat strong, then I just wanted to back it up, stay busy, and surf in my second priority a lot of the heat, and just take whatever opportunities there were. And so that's why I stayed really busy.
Well, that showed very well. So do you want to say something to someone back home?
Yeah, thanks Evelyn for waking up early. Thanks for everybody who's supporting not only the Hawaiians, but just Dropknee. So thank you everybody who's tuning in and supporting us Dropknee riders. It's a real privilege and honor to participate at this event, and of course all the glory goes to God.
Congratulations, Dave, and best of luck for your goal. Back to you guys.
What a legend. What a legend, Dave Herbert, just letting us know. Actually, a good point that he made there, just talking about the conditions, really, that really surprised us here today. We had no waves, basically, in the first moments in the check-in, but it's just improving. So check this one for Semi Morentino. Good-looking wave, just throwing the tail for this first maneuver. It looks like he's going to connect a few more. Just 1 second turn and a third one for this combination for Semi Morentino, just looking to get rid of that 4.5 and get back in the outside as soon as he can.
Yeah, just sitting on that priority till the very next set comes in, and keeping busy. Plenty of time left in this heat, and so good to use it there, getting this wave. And look at that, nice turn there back into the foam ball. Trying to pick up some speed here as the wave gets a bit fatter. Manages to dig another little hack in there. Not as explosive as the first. And then, yeah, one last little check there at the end before kicking off. Looking for a 6.01. And we had another replay during the interview here. Just a 3.5, so not counting as one of his waves. Not counting. And it looks like he'll be bettering this score now when the judges come through.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be changing, Joey. And it just came out a 6.65 for Semi on that last wave with a combination of 3 strong turns there. He was able to get to the first position once again, and now Moz is needing a 6.15 to get back and grant that spot on the final against Dave. So what a stacked heat. I mean, we've just seen continuous changes of situation with just 10 minutes into this heat. So still a lot to go. There are no limit of waves, guys. So these two are just free to get as many rides and do as many attempts as they can to improve those scores, which are quite significant already. I mean, Amaury has a 5.5 and a 7, and on the other side, Semi has a 6.5 and a 6.65. So 20 more minutes for these two to just work on upgrading their situations and change the situation as well.
And you kind of do notice the 30-minute heats changing the dynamic a bit. Like they can both pretty much get 2 decent scores before that 10-minute mark is up. And they've gone and done that here. And so now, yeah, they are really looking for those excellent range scores with still basically a full heat remaining. Well, like 20 minutes is usually maybe riders will have 1 score by that in the 25-minute heats. But now with these 30-minute heats, definitely giving them a lot more time to work for those scores.
Yeah, the only difference is that they are both of them have already like a 5 to 7 point ride as their scores, in this range. So from here on, they will have to go bigger. They will have to be more aggressive, to hit those sections, go for more difficult maneuvers, showing some different range as well. So yeah, I'm loving it. We are here for the show, guys. You are here for the show as well. And these two are definitely putting it on. So 18 more minutes actually right now for them to just destroy these waves as we are seeing glassy conditions here in La Cúpula today.
Let's see what Sammy does on his backhand here, getting on one of these rights and popping it, turning there, coming down over a little ledge in the reef and ducking out. Probably not going to add to his score either, that one.
Yeah, in the beginning, looking by the drone view that we saw before he paddled, the wave was looking like it was going to bowl further away, but then it looks like it just closed out much quicker and not offering many long sections for Sammy to do those turns. So want to send a big thanks, guys, to our sponsors for this event, Escondida BHP, SQM, Yodo Nutrición Vegetal. Este evento es producido por Club Budeu. This event is produced by the amazing Club Budeu here from Antofagasta. Sponsored by Colbún, R&R Mining, Antofagasta Minerals, and also we have a list of collaborators, independent bodyboards, Café Trocadeiro, Hotel Ibis Style, Hotel NH, Grupo IG Carpas, Fundación Mr. Barber, Dirección de Desarrollo de Turismo, Municipalidad de Antofagasta.
We also have the CMDR de la Municipalidad de Antofagasta, Seremía de Salud Antofagasta, MOP Antofagasta, Armada de Chile, Federación Chilena de Bodyboard y, por supuesto, el IPC, International Bodyboarding Corporation. Thanks heaps to all of you collaborators for jumping on board. And look at that vertical bird's eye view of the event structure and all the sponsors listed there on top. That's a really cool shot. Thanks, director, for getting us that. You can see a bunch of people cruising around, walking to and fro. There's also a bunch of media partners which we want to thank, including El Mercurio de Antofagasta, CNC Medios, FM7, 100% Puro Surf de Surf Beats Radio, Antofa Despierta, and Termómetro.cl. Gracias a todos ustedes también.
And thanks to everyone that tuned in with us throughout these 9 days of competition. This is the longest event of the World Tour with more than 20 different nationalities. You guys can see, could see there in that bird's view, so many flags as well. It's such a diverse environment here. This event has been growing throughout the years, just adding the divisions, breaking records of registered athletes as well. And now it became, the biggest event on tour with the biggest amount of athletes, the biggest prize money as well, and is the one that offers the biggest amount of points for the tour. So definitely this is a very expected, stop of the World Tour for many people. And this time we are crowning 2 world champions here in this event. One was yesterday, was Luna Hardman, just getting her 2nd title on the junior women division on her last year, just closing a very good cycle of her career. And the next one is going to be for the Dropknee with these guys here, just battling to see who's going to be facing Dave Herbert on the big final for the Dropknee division, which will not only give the trophy for this event, for the ABF, but also for the World Tour in the 2024 season. So, guys, you can't lose that. Stick with us. It's not going to be today, but maybe tomorrow we will have this final day of competition where the titles will be given and the champions will be known.
There is more of this structure with all the flags on top of different nationalities. You see the Mexican flag just flapping, the reunion one, look at that, the Moroccan one, so sick to see. Bit of representation from all around the world just here at this event, the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Up and riding, Sammy getting some speed, throwing down some tail there, and coming up to this end section, getting another nice little hack out the end and kicking off.
Yeah, just crossing that 14-minute mark, we are seeing Sammy Morentino still on the lead, but Amaury Laverne holding the priority. A good-looking wave coming by Amaury. It looks like he's going for this one. Just pedaling, trying to get in position, pumping up to get some speed, but just ducking out of this wave as Amaury didn't see much potential and just decided to go back and stay with that priority over Sammy.
Yeah, that's it. Here's his replay, Lucas.
Yeah, there goes Sammy just pumping up as well, doing that bottom turn with a very nice snap. Not the best one as Sammy did before, but this one came out better. That's a 6-point ride for Sammy Morentino, not being able to increase his score since his backup one is a 6-point. He got a 6-point ride with this one, and his backup is a 6.5. So no difference for Sammy Morentino in this last attempt. And he came back right now with the second priority as Moss just decided to leave that wave earlier to get back and hold it for one more attempt.
Looks like there's a little bit of a set coming in. Let's see if this wave will do anything. And yeah, both riders instantly kicked into gear, paddling a bit deeper toward the peak. And Amaury Laverne has the priority here, so he'll be going. Sammy just getting out of his way there, and let's see what he can do.
There goes Moss. Bird's view here for you guys on this wave. Just throwing one turn, another one, maintaining that speed for a reverse spin, trying to add some points at the end section of that wave. Amaury is trying to change at 5.5, and let's see what the judges will give to this one, because I'm not going to throw an opinion scene, especially from the drone view, which changes so much, but let's see this once more.
Yeah, this view allows us a lot clearer of a vision, and you see him come here, throwing some tail there, a bit of a slide as well, releasing that rail, and then coming in for another little check there, and then reverse spin, and he manages to keep with the momentum of the wave, completing this, looking for a 6.15. He gets a 6.50, so Amaury Laverne jumping back into the first position.
What a good call by Moss there, just getting exactly what he needed, basically, and jumping straight into the first position right now. I believe that's the third, at least, change of situation that we saw in this heat. Moss started changing the situation against Sammy, and there he goes for one more attempt, just taking a look, but not really going into this one. And there we see the reunion age just getting back in first right now with this wave, just getting enough speed and a bit more to throw this first turn, sliding the tail and sideways a little bit more with one more turn, and then a last reverse to just add some more difficulty to that wave and try to extract as many points as he can. And he could get enough for him to get to the first position right now, with a very tight situation between him and the Hawaiian, where you can see Moz has a 13.5 total score and Sammy with a 13.15, very close to the first position, but now needing a bigger score than he already has. A 6.85 is what Sammy needs to get back in first.
Yeah, you can see him raising his hand up there, just asking for what does he need. Maybe you can't hear. He wants to know what he needs. Sammy, you need a 6.86, mate. And let's see if any of these lines rolling in are going to offer him the potential to get that. If anyone's going to get a 6.86 on the knee under this kind of pressure, it's going to be Sammy. He's just such a technical drop knee rider, one of the best in the world, 4-time world champion, actually. And, yeah, he'll just be keeping his nerve now, getting ready to attack this next wave that comes along. I wonder if we'll see some more kind of floater moves going on, because we saw Dave get that 7 points off that really nice float coming from around the peak, just hitting that lip and bouncing off it to the flats. And I wonder if we're going to see that, or we'll be seeing more turns. Anyway, it looks like he's going to have a go on this one.
There goes Hawaiian once more, looking for a 685, gaining some speed, looking for a section in front of him, and then he just threw a nice turn over the lip with that wave. He liked it. It was a very difficult maneuver to complete, I would say, as he went all the way to the lip to execute that turn, kind of like a floater, I would say, just falling from the roofs. Check this once more.
Yeah, look at that. 1 pump, 2 pump, keeping that high line, 3, 4 pumps there, and then scooping round up and, yeah, tail out, just bringing it around a bit. Kind of not out in front of the wash too easily, but then he pops up there, like keeping a bit of that momentum. Throwing a little clean. Let's see what the judges say about that one there. Still looking 686, and I think, oh no, waiting for score still. That was the last one. He got that 6.0.
Yeah, last one was a 6.0. Let's see how the judges will evaluate this one, because it was just a one maneuver wave, and he actually did that in the very last section of the wave. So kind of hitting the lip, kind of a bit of an aerial snap. So let's compare this one. That's the 6.5 for Moz, his last wave, just pumping it up, throwing the tail there. Once more, throwing some water as well with the turn, and then going for a reverse, a more difficult maneuver, just trying to show a different range of maneuvers over here.
Then, yeah, here's Sammy's again. You can see him just generating all the speed possible to get through to this end section, because he really wants to try fly out of this here. And, yeah, whips it round, throwing a bit of tail out, and kind of bit rough on the landing here. Doesn't come out as cleanly in front of the wave.
Yeah, we're still waiting for those scores here. I'm not sure if the beach announcer already said it, but for us here it's still not coming out so far. But Sammy looking for a 6.85, guys. It might be a very close one, I believe. We're starting to see the judges putting it in, and it came out 7.10. One more change of situation for Sammy. You guys can see him stoked in the water, but hold on, Sammy, because there's still 7 minutes remaining in this heat. Moz is now needing a 6.76 to get back in the first position. These two riders are so capable of changing the situation as they have been just doing continuously here. So now it's on Moz's side to get that 6.76 and get back to first.
Yeah, Sammy just really staying near Moz, getting in his head, and Moz just keeping that calm, coming through with a big hack there, but not able to keep it going, just putting too much rail under the water there, and you could just see the pure emotion. This is some semi-finals bodyboarding going down here in Antofagasta, and Sammy just really, really stoked to get that score, getting a 7.1, taking him into the lead. Moz, what's he looking for now, Lucas?
6.76, that's what he is looking for. A very close score than what Sammy was searching for, but we can see right now Sammy just getting closer to Moz, trying to put some pressure in, as he was just cheering for that last wave. He could get that change of situation with a very good turn on the last section of La Cupola that granted 7.10 to the Hawaiian. There we can see Moz trying to get more to the right side of the wave, as Sammy is just putting some pressure and using that priority to get over Moz.
Yeah, really interesting to see the difference in strategies, and Sammy really just keeping near Moz every single wave. He's keeping there, letting him know that he's there, he's the competitor. Even if Moz has that priority, he's just been sitting like right there next to him. And yeah, Sammy's an expressive man, to say the least. Look at him there, just he's geeing himself up. He's in the zone, and Moz on the other hand seems to be quiet and composed there, not saying much by the looks of it from here. And I wonder what the vibe is like between the two of them in the water at the moment.
Yeah, I wondered that too. But yeah, I would say that Amaury Laverne is a hard guy to put some pressure upon. So still 5 minutes there, guys. He knows he stands a chance. It's not a huge score that he actually needs. I mean, already got a 7-point ride in his second wave of this heat. He needs a 6.76 right now to get back into the lead, and that could be a tough change of situation if he manages to do that with just few minutes on the clock. Let's see, because Sammy is holding the priority. They are just beside each other there. But maybe a set with 2 waves, could be an opportunity for Amaury, since he is a hostage right now to semi priority number 1. So many waves surfed in this heat by these 2 guys. Actually, Semi got 8 waves already. Moss on the other side found 6 waves, but right now it's the Hawaiian coming out on top. We know how bad Semi wants to go on a final against Dave. He actually said that in the interview, that he really wants to go on a final against Dave, which is his idol and also a very good rival, a guy that he really looks up to and also wants to beat.
Yeah.
So that would be an amazing final, but we are just 3 minutes and 35 seconds from knowing who's going to be facing Dub in one more final here for the ABF 2024.
Yeah, for sure. Sammy was saying that in one of his interviews this event, or almost having a little look there, not deciding to go, but saying that, yeah, he's not going to stop until he's got more titles than Dave. And so, yeah, definitely really competing with Dave, and Dave just kind of setting that bar, setting an amazing record in Dropknee bodyboarding, 10 world titles. But Sammy is coming for him, and we just love that kind of competitiveness, and we love the energy that Sammy brings to chase down that goal, that amazing record that Dave has set and is still setting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the moment where it all comes up to, right? This is the time that we want to see these guys putting everything in the water, letting it all out inside the water with those performances, with those big maneuvers, big scores, competitiveness as well. That's the show of bodyboarding in the World Tour, guys, here in this 12th year of the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival, just breaking records every year. And this time, especially, this event will be handling the Dropknee World title for the IBC World Tour in 2024. So let's see these 2 taking a look. Sammy using that priority. Let's see how he will use that just to block Amaury, which on a good call there got that priority number 1. So 2 minutes remaining. Amaury needing a 6.76. Let's see if that wave will show up for the reunion, Joey.
Yeah, and it does look like there's a line out there coming in. Always deceptive from our view here on the drone. And perhaps that's not going to hit the part of the reef where the guys are waiting. And no, it doesn't look like it. But 1 minute and 40 seconds. At the current state, we are going to be seeing an all-Hawaiian final.
Wow, maybe, I don't know. We'll see that in 1 minute and 30 seconds. I mean, Amaury right now has the chance of doing one more attempt. This is the last heat of the day, guys. Thanks everyone for joining in. Looks like there are a few lines coming over the outside zone. Amaury looking for not a big score, 6.76. Actually, Sammy going in one more right.
Yeah, keep him really busy, under priority. Nothing coming up for him there, Sammy Morantino. And let's see what Moz can do. Is he going to use this wave? Is he going to try and get this 6.76 taken off?
There he goes, Moss. Last attempt, just getting some speed to go big for sure. And pumping it up, going for one floater, looking for a 6.76. What do you think, Joey?
I do not know. There are the reunion boys giving him a whistle, giving him some support from the beach there, and he used that section. He waited. Let's have a look at this replay. There you see Sammy duck it under him as Mod just pumping through, pumping down the line just for one maneuver here, and comes up, goes for the float off this end section, just drifts along a bit, grabbing with that inside hand and then standing up tall, showing the judges his chest, showing that he has completed that maneuver. And this is coming down to the wire, Lucas. What do you reckon?
Oh, my goodness, Joey. I don't know. I don't know for real. This was a very disputed heat. Just 3 seconds on the clock. It is over. That was a very controlled floater by Moz in the last section. We are still waiting for that score to come over. It will be a very decisive one, guys. That's going to be the decision between Moz and Sammy to see who's going to be facing Dub in the final. And we are still waiting for that one.
Yeah, no, I think that score's been dropped. Sammy is making it through. And, yeah, we'll be getting an interview with the winner of that heat. The score came through at a 5.5, and you can just see how stoked Sammy is. But yeah, don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be coming back with an interview of that soon and keep you guys updated with the plan for today. And yeah, see you in a bit.
Antofagasta se prepara para el futuro. Impulsamos una minería más diversa e inclusiva. Promovemos la cultura y el patrimonio. Aceleramos el emprendimiento local. Inspiramos y acercamos más niños a la ciencia. Y nos capacitamos para los trabajos del mañana. Porque creer en el talento local es futuro. Conoce lo que hacemos juntos por Antofagasta en bhp.com.
El futuro lo construimos hoy. Innovamos y desarrollamos soluciones para un mundo sostenible, poniendo en el centro el bienestar de las personas, la creación de valor social compartido, el respeto por el medio ambiente, el fomento de la diversidad y el progreso de las comunidades vecinas son inherentes a nuestro quehacer en la generación de valor, a través de un genuino compromiso con la sostenibilidad. Desde el norte de Chile, aportamos al desarrollo sostenible de la industria. SQM, Soluciones para el Desarrollo Humano.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We have just come off the back of a super intense heat between Sammy Morantino and Amaury Laverne, where Sammy managed to take it out, securing himself a spot in the final against 10-time world champion Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, that's definitely it's going to be one of the most stacked heats that we are going to see for sure. You know, the friends and rivals forever. You know, Sammy with 4 titles, always looking for that 5th title, and who knows, maybe he get in here.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle, that is for sure. A good rivalry, so that's going to be super exciting. What else have we had today, Bagel? It was a really exciting day. A bunch of the junior quarters and semis.
Yeah, we actually left it in the final for the junior men division, and we're going to see a Spanish coming from the Basque country, Unash Pascual, facing a young revelation from here, from Chile, from the 4th region, which is Steven Godoy. And that's going to be very good because both riders have been showing the best skills in La Cúpula so far. And we also have for tomorrow, potentially, we don't know if the event is finishing tomorrow, but I do think we are going to be running tomorrow. So potentially we will have everything tomorrow. So we're still missing the semifinals for the men and the semifinals for the women.
Yeah.
At the women's side, we have Yuka facing Luna. And then we will see Maira. No, I'm sorry.
Yep, Maira and Pam.
Maira facing Pamela Bowren. So that's very stacked. And then the men's side?
The men's will have Socrates Santana taking on Pierre-Louis Costes in the first semi. And then we'll have another Brazilian, Gabriel Braga, taking on the Chileno, Moises Silva, in the second semi-final. So that is also going to be a battle, a showdown, everything here at La Cúpula.
Yeah, for sure. And we have the interview ready with Sammy and Lucas, and really want to hear from Sammy, so take it away, Lucas.
Thanks, Bago. I'm here with Sammy. Sammy, probably the 30 most stressful minutes of your life, but Amore didn't make it easy. Let us know about this heat.
Yeah, I woke up this morning thinking we might not surf. Sorry, I'm kind of freezing right now. I wore my spring suit in the water, but yeah, I was nervous, but Maz got the score. It was ahead, and I needed a 7, and I was like, just got to do it. Like, got a little one. I'm like, oh, I just got to blast this section and not grab my rail and just show control. And I rode out of it just long enough to get the score and claimed it. And then, like, sat on Maz, and then I gave him priority back in, like, the last 2 minutes of the heat, which, like, left the door open for him. He only needed a 6, and he did a floater. And, yeah, I have, like, no fingernails left right now. I'm so nervous, and yeah, I cried in the water a little bit. I'm stoked, bro. Like, to compete against Dave for a world title. The guy's my rival as well as a good friend, you know, and I'm pretty sure everyone here wanted to see this final. I know I definitely wanted to be in it after last year. Just kind of losing narrowly last year, and yeah, I'm ready. I'm stoked. I'm like, lips are like shaking right now. I'm so happy. But yeah, shout out to Maz for keeping me on my toes right there. That was a good heat. Yeah, I'm stoked. Just pumped.
Yeah, you finally got what you wanted, to go on a final with Dave, and now you have one more task ahead of you, 30 more minutes. Do you want to send a message for people watching you back in Kauai?
Yeah, just thanks for not giving up on me and watching. Super early at home every one of these days, so they stay up late and support me, so that means the world to me. And yeah, all my sponsors for getting me here, Tomba Surf, Black Mountain Surf Wax, Boogie Land Family, Bomber Eyewear, my dad, Hawaii Bodyboarding, my girlfriend Mahina, for just everyone just for supporting me and for supporting the sport. You know, we're just a bunch of guys who love a tiny little piece of foam and love riding waves, and we follow our passion for it. So thanks to everyone for supporting us.
Congratulations once more, Sammy, for raising the bar. Good luck on the final. Back to you guys.
Kauai boys.
Look at this. Take us through this one.
Yeah, again, this is the one he was talking us through, and you see him just building all the speed. He knew what he needed here, and he needed to do something critical. Just blowing that tail out there, no hands, and manages to land that. And yeah, did it for him, making it through to the final against Dave Hubbard, all Hawaiian final, and the classic rivalry. Look at the emotion there in the water.
Yeah, no, and he said it himself. He cried a bit. I mean, that's beautiful. It's been a while since we didn't see him, so yeah, beautiful there. And it's just great to also hear from him that he appreciates the fact of going with Dave in the final. You know, it's a great final for the title. It's not just a final here for the Dropknee division, because this is the sole event that it's crowning the Dropknee World Champ. So very good one we're going to have. It's been a great run so far. We are looking for another day of competition, maybe 2. We don't know yet, but I think for a fact tomorrow we'll be running.
Yeah,
It's
cool.
pretty likely, yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's pray for waves. Pray it does pick up a bit, even though the conditions aren't looking too favourable. But hopefully if it is meant to be a little bit bigger than it is today, it'll definitely be contestable.
That's right. Just a quick, closure in Spanish. Para todas las personas que sintonizaron, este fue el día 9 de competencia. Ya tenemos nuestra semifinal, nuestras finales en Dropknee, nuestra final en Junior establecida. Va a ser un chileno contra un español en Junior, Unas Pascual y Steven Godoy. Se van a enfrentar. También tenemos a Sammy Moritino contra Dave Over, que son unos rivales muy fuertes, son quienes tienen la mayoría de los títulos. Dave tiene 11, Sammy tiene 4, han competido muchísimas veces, tienen un nivel muy parecido, pero bueno, obviamente Dave tiene el título, o sea, tiene el ranking mundial, el récord mundial de la persona con más títulos en la historia del bodyboard. Así que eso va a estar buenísimo, eso va a pasar aquí en el Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Tenemos el resto de las categorías que nos faltan, mujeres y hombres en semifinales, que también esperamos hacer en el mismo día. No lo sabemos aún, no tenemos la palabra oficial del staff técnico, eso se va a comunicar a ustedes a través de las redes sociales oficiales y a través de los canales oficiales de la IBS World Tour. Muchas gracias a todos, en especial a Escondida BHP y a SQM por presentar esto y al Club Budeo por organizarlo, todo el club en general. Y nos vemos mañana. Sintonizan, obviamente, contamos con ustedes, es muy importante. Thank you so much, everyone. You want to add something else?
Yeah, no, thanks so much everyone for tuning in, supporting bodyboarding, and yeah, we're having a great time here, and let's hope that the show for the rest of the event is good, is entertaining, and yeah, we're going to crown a Dropknee World Champion, so it's going to be exciting.
Good for sure. They are capable to, throw the goods, whatever conditions Mother Nature gave in. All right, thank you so much, everyone. See you tomorrow, and stay tuned, stay connected with us, subscribe to this YouTube channel, and we'll see you tomorrow.